Good afternoon. The first item of business is general questions. In order to get as many people in as possible, we prefer short and succinct questions and answers to match. Question 1, Laura Mitchell. It's okay, we've all done it.
To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to reduce waiting times for patients in Moray.
Cabinet Secretary Angela Constance.
Presiding Officer, my commitment to tackle long waits is unwavering. To date this year, we have invested an additional £100 million to increase capacity and support boards, including NHS Grampian, to build on the progress we have made in reducing long waits. We have made real and sustained progress nationally, with waits over 52 weeks for new outpatient appointments fallen for 11 consecutive months and inpatient and day case waits reducing for 15 months in a row. Since July 2025, new outpatient waits over a year have fallen by around 76% and inpatient and day case waits by around 47%.
Laura Mitchell.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for that answer, and I do recognise the progress that has been made in recent months to tackle the longest waits for secondary care patients. However, I've been contacted by several constituents who continue to face lengthy waiting times for orthopaedic surgery. Can the Scottish Government set out what the action is being taken and how it is supporting NHS Grampian to ensure that waiting times in Moray are coming down for those on orthopaedic waiting lists?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, orthopaedics remains a priority as we continue to focus on the reduction of long waits, which did see the inpatient day case waits of over 52 weeks reduced by almost half. We are also increasing orthopaedic capacity through our national treatment centres, including NHS Golden Jubilee, which is now the largest hip and knee replacement centre in the UK. And alongside this, we are working very closely with NHS Grampian to maximise local capacity, improve theatre utilisation and ensure patients waiting the longest are prioritised. And yesterday I met for the first time the Chief Executive Officer of NHS Grampian and we discussed this amongst other matters also.
Question 2, Donald MacKinnon.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the current status of the Barra and Vatersay Community Campus project.
Minister Ben Macpherson.
Welcome Donald MacKinnon to the Chamber and look forward to working constructively with him and pay tribute to his predecessor Alistair Allen. In answer to the important question, the Barra and Vatersay Community Campus project was included in our programme for government and the Scottish Government remains firmly committed to its delivery, working in close partnership with the Council and NHS Western Isles. We have held a number of constructive meetings with the Council and the NHS to progress this important project, and following our meeting in March, partners are now actively developing a business case. We look forward to the project continuing to move forward as quickly as practicable.
Donald MacKinnon.
I thank the Minister for his response, and while I welcome his commitment to the project, it is now 20 years since it was acknowledged that St Brendan's was in need of replacement. The people of Barra and Vatersay have had to deal with repeated false starts, delays and broken promises in that time. Meanwhile, Corlin and Yelland Shear has warned that delays are increasing the risks associated with maintaining the existing school buildings, the replacement of which is an important part of the project.
Please.
I plan to be in Barra tomorrow. Can the Minister give me a timeline for delivery of this project so that I can give my constituents in Barra the reassurance that the long-promised campus project will finally become a reality?
Minister.
So I underlined our commitment in my first answer and that we're working closely with partners as the majority funder and will consider the business case through a robust assurance and approval processes once it's submitted. Let's not look back, let's look forward and work together. So please keep in touch with the Scottish Government on this project, and following your meeting tomorrow, the Scottish Government Senior Responsible Officer will be in place shortly, and let's continue that engagement and deliver this for the people that we both serve.
Question 3, Michael Marra.
To ask the Scottish Government what assessment it has made of any impact of NHS Tayside's recruitment freeze on patient care and waiting times across Dundee and the wider Tayside region.
Cabinet Secretary Angela Constance.
Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government leads on the coordination of national activity designed to grow and retain the NHS workforce in line with service need. Decisions on the staffing of individual services are matters for health boards who should ensure they have sufficient suitably qualified staff in line with the requirements of the Health and Care Staff in Scotland Act 2019. And boards are also responsible for managing service performance, supported by the NHS Scotland National Centre for Sustainable Delivery, and the most recent data shows sustained improvement in planned care performance across the system, including in NHS Tayside, and we expect boards to build on the progress in the period ahead.
Michael Marra.
Response deeply disappointing, I have to say. The idea that the government doesn't have any position on a recruitment freeze in NHS Tayside for critical posts involved in care. The Cabinet Secretary should know that there are very significant delays, for instance, in gynaecological care and women's health across NHS Tayside as just one example of many shortfalls. What is the government going to do to make sure that health boards are not put in the position where they're having these widespread recruitment freezes that are impacting on patient care?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I do very much appreciate Mr Marra's concerns, if I do nonetheless believe it is somewhat misplaced. He may be relieved to know that NHS Tayside is making very clear progress in specialities, including gynaecology, for example, with weights reducing from 1,348 down to 11. There is also good progress in weights for ophthalmology, and NHS Tayside staff has increased by 9.4% over the last 5 years.
Supplementary, Heather Anderson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I thank Mr Marra for his interest in the waiting times across Tayside and share some of his concerns. However, I am very conscious that the SNP government has achieved month-on-month reduction in waiting times for 11 months in a row. I'd appreciate it if the Cabinet Secretary could update us on how the Scottish Government will build on this progress and deliver for patients, not just in Dundee but across Scotland as a whole.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, we are committed to building on progress. There is always more to do, and since July last year, long waits have fallen significantly, with new outpatient waits of over a year down by 76% and inpatient day case waits of over a year almost half. And this has been underpinned by increased activity delivered by our dedicated staff, including more than 168,000 additional appointments and procedures last year, and a 7% increase in operations over the past 12 months.
Question 4, Julie MacDougall.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update regarding the future of Elmwood campus of Scotland Rural College in Cupar. Thank you.
Minister Ben Macpherson.
Thank Julie MacDougall for raising this important issue. And while the SRUC is an autonomous institution with responsibility for its own decisions in relation to provision and facilities at Elmwood, I would expect SRUC to take into account the needs of students, staff and the wider community. I note that SRUC has stated its commitment to retaining a presence at Elmwood and that there are no plans for a closure of the campus. The Scottish Government also continues to work closely with the tertiary sector to secure a sustainable and successful future through its framework for universities and college sector of the future work streams.
Julie MacDougall.
I thank you for your response. I've recently met with farmers across the region who are seriously concerned about the lack of available opportunities for the next generation of skilled rural workers. Courses covering horticulture, animal care and greenkeeping were unique local offerings at Elmwood. If Elmwood were to permanently close down, young people in Fife and surrounding areas would either have to travel huge distances to study the same courses or maybe completely closed off from learning some of these vital skills. So can the Scottish Government provide assurances that the farmers and young people across my region that these bespoke courses and offerings at Elmwood will be preserved and will do everything in their power to ensure that this campus does remain open and active? Thank you.
Minister.
So I refer to my first answer, but also recognise that the Elmwood campus its importance and consideration about its future is relevant to both skills provision, which was raised by the member, and also the local community. If the member wants to write to me with feedback from their engagement with local farmers, that would be interesting and helpful to see. May I also just emphasise that the SRUC have advised that animal care provision will remain on offer at its other campuses, with horticulture and gamekeeping provision remaining on offer at Elmwood. So it's important that we recognise that, but I would appreciate further engagement. And indeed, I had the pleasure of meeting the campaigners about Elmwood's future in the spring, and they can engage with me further too.
Michelle Campbell, supplementary.
Thank you, President Officer. First and foremost, I want to thank the Minister for his dedication to this area, and I'm glad to see him return as the Minister. The sustainability of Scotland's college sector is vital in strengthening our skill force and supporting our young people into positive destinations. Having Clyde College in my own constituency and West College in the neighbouring constituency in Paisley, which serves all my constituents as well, can the Minister advise how the Scottish Government is engaging with key stakeholders to ensure that colleges across Scotland remain an accessible pathway?
It's a little bit off the question. Minister, do you wish to respond at all?
All I would emphasise is that thank you to Michelle Campbell for her kind words, and also welcome her to the Chamber. And I think she raises some important points, whether it's relevant to the two colleges that she mentioned, which are either within or serving her constituents, or the SRUC that was raised by the previous member. Our college sector is crucial to our future, to our communities, to our economy, and to the success of our country. And indeed, on Tuesday, I was with stakeholders, including college principals and the body Colleges Scotland, for their conference. There's a real determination in the sector to look forward, to think how we build this sector to meet the skills need and to help people achieve in their lives. And I hope the whole Chamber will work constructively to help deliver this with me.
Will there any supplementary?
So the Minister will know that Sir Ian Boyd has been commissioned by the Board of SRUC to produce a report into the future of the institution in North East Fife and Cupar for the longer term, a vision that's been long awaited. That report has now been handed over to the Board. When it is published, will the Minister and the Government get right behind it and make sure it turns into reality?
Minister.
As Willie Rennie referred to, the report by Professor Sir Ian Boyd will be shared publicly alongside the SRUC's response after its board meeting later this month. And along with Willie Rennie, we in the Government, myself of course, will consider that report carefully, and I look forward to engaging with it and with Willie Rennie and all other interested members about the future of SRUC and particularly with regard to the Elmwood campus.
Question 5, Callum Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the steps it is taking to support businesses to further grow the Scottish economy.
Minister Tom Arthur.
While the biggest levers for boosting economic growth remain reserved to Westminster, the Scottish Government is creating conditions for growth and thriving businesses here in Scotland. We are streamlining regulatory processes for business while investing in skills, employability and housing, enabling firms to expand and create jobs. We back innovative and high-growth businesses through programmes like TechScaler, supporting the creation and scaling of tech start-ups. Scotland remains the top UK foreign direct investment location outside of London, recently securing investments like Ryanair's £40 million at Prestwick Airport, creating 450 jobs, and Centre Park's £445 million investment in Hawick, supporting 1,300 jobs.
Callum Kerr.
I thank the Minister for his comprehensive answer. I also welcome the quick engagement after the election with the CBI and other businesses by the First Minister and Cabinet Secretary and the Minister himself. I've recently been contacted by a constituent who has raised concerns about the interaction between recent property revaluations and the thresholds within the Small Business Bonus Scheme. Now, the scheme has been fantastic for supporting our small businesses, with over 100,000 properties benefiting from 100% relief. Can I ask what steps the Scottish Government is taking to ensure fairness in the business rates system and ensure as many businesses as possible continue to benefit?
Minister.
Look, can I thank Callum Kerr for raising these matters pertaining to non-domestic rates? The small business bonus scheme has been something that has garnered much support within the business community, particularly the FSB have been very forthright in advocating its behalf. And I think all of us in our roles as constituency and regional MSPs will be able to identify many businesses in our town centres and villages and high streets who benefit from SBBS. And indeed it is something, as the member highlights, is benefiting around 100,000 businesses across Scotland. More broadly with NDR, we recognise there have been specific concerns raised, including by a range of sectors, hospitality being one in particular. We of course are committed to engaging constructively. We will soon undertake a comprehensive review of non-domestic rates, which builds on our commitment to examine the impact and configuration of all our reliefs in advance of the next revaluation on 1st of April 2029.
Supplementary, Rachel Hamilton.
Presiding Officer, I draw members to my register of interests. Minister, over the past couple of months, businesses from the borders have come to me very concerned about the extreme rise in their non-domestic rates. Now, passing the buck to the assessor about the methodology is not going to wash with businesses, and neither is waiting for the Gill review. So, will the Minister help these businesses to contribute to their local economy by intervening in this unfair process?
Minister.
I recognise the concerns that have been expressed by Rachel Hamilton on behalf of businesses within her constituency, and I want to assure that the Government takes these matters very seriously. I will, of course, as the Cabinet Secretary for Economy, will too engage closely with our colleague Minister for Public Finance on these matters. Of course, decisions around non-domestic rates in relation to reliefs and poundage are considered, as would be expected, as part of the annual budget process. So there's of course the opportunity for members across the chamber to make representations to the Government. But I would want to assure the member that we are cognisant of the concerns that have been raised, and we are committed to constructive engagement, particularly, as I said in my previous answer, ahead of the next revaluation.
Question 6, Kate Campbell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to support people reporting and providing evidence of fly tipping and other antisocial behaviour to enable enforcement action to be taken as part of its national litter and fly tipping strategy.
Cabinet Secretary Gillian Martin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. People should report fly tipping incidents and share any relevant evidence with their local authority, which leads on investigation and enforcement in most cases. The National Litter and Fly Tipping Strategy is clear on the importance of effective reporting and evidence gathering in supporting enforcement action. Through the strategy, we are working with partners, including SEPA and Keep Scotland Beautiful, to improve the quality of fly tipping data, strengthen intelligence sharing, support a more coordinated approach to tackling fly tipping and environmental crime. Updated action plans are published annually on the Scottish Government website.
Kate Campbell.
To thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. For many people, a barrier to reporting is that they may be asked to make a statement to back up any photographic evidence that they may be have provided, and they might have to give that evidence in court against their neighbours. So would the Minister support exploring with COSLA and agencies like DVLA a model of third-party reporting sites to enable people to provide evidence and report antisocial behaviour anonymously, and would she meet with me to discuss it?
Cabinet Secretary.
I completely recognise that for some people, and in many instances, concerns about potentially providing a statement or giving evidence in court may act as a barrier to reporting antisocial behaviour. We want to better understand concerns and, where possible, work with partners to address them so people feel able and supported to come forward. There are already routes to provide information anonymously, including Crime Stoppers, where criminal activity is suspected, including large-scale illegal dumping. The Scottish Government will continue to work with local authorities, COSLA and other partners to consider ways to remove those barriers to fly tipping reporting and supporting effective enforcement.
Question 7, Bob Doris.
To ask the Scottish Government what consideration it is giving to increasing the powers of the police to confiscate and retain e-bikes, e-scooters and quad bikes used antisocially or in connection with criminal offending.
Cabinet Minister Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'm grateful to Bob Doris for that important question. The Scottish Government is working with Police Scotland to ensure that we implement the manifesto commitment to increase the powers of the police to tackle the antisocial and criminal use of illegal e-bikes and e-scooters. We are reviewing police vehicle seizure and disposal powers, including the retention period. I am committed to doing all we can to support enforcement, and I am open to further legislative action. While the law is already very clear that the police can seize non-compliant or unlicensed e-bikes and e-scooters on public roads, we want to do more to protect the public, and crucially, we continue to urge the UK Government to use their reserved powers in regard to vehicle registration for these vehicles.
Bob Doris.
Can I welcome the Minister to her place and thank her for that answer? In the last Parliament, I met with ministers on several occasions to raise concerns over the legal use of such vehicles. Hope we continue to have a similar relationship in this Parliament, Minister. I was pleased to see that SNP manifesto commitment. But the Minister actually tell me the intended consultation to update the police retention and disposal of motor vehicles regulations that was mentioned by the Minister. What stage is that consultation at? And does the Minister agree with me that greater fines and greater powers of retention disposal must be actively considered as a key deterrent for this antisocial behaviour that is impacting on the communities that I represent?
Minister. I'm grateful to Bob Doris for his continued interest in this area, and will be very happy to meet with him and indeed meet with members across the Chamber to hear from them, to update them on progress. We do very much understand the concerns that there is, as Bob Doris mentioned, ongoing work and ongoing conversations, including with the police. We're very committed to increasing the powers that the police have to confiscate and retain illegal e-bikes and e-scooters. We will continue that regular meeting process with Police Scotland and partners, and I'm happy to write to Mr Doris with more details as well if he would find that helpful.
Supplementary, Kate Nevins.
Thank you to the Minister for their answer. The Workers' Observatory have found that delivery riders in Edinburgh who use e-bikes are frequently the target of racially abusive behaviour, but there is very little public discussion of the exploitative employment practices that force gig workers to race around the city. We also know that people of colour who are overrepresented in this insecure occupation can be subject to racist patterns of policing. What assurances can the Minister give that the use of powers for the police to confiscate e-bikes is subject to Equality's impact assessment to guard against further marginalising already highly marginalised delivery riders?
Minister. To Kate Nevins for that question, which I think is an important one and raises one of the complexities which we need to be mindful of in this area. Of course, if anyone has a concern about any kind of illegal activity, or if they feel threatened or unsafe, then they should absolutely contact the police. The police do have specific powers to deal with crime, and will do so, including under the Public Order Act. But the specifics of what Kate Nevins has raised, I think, move into a different area of law. I'm very happy to meet with her to discuss that, and would welcome a further conversation. But the key priority, I think, is for people to make the police aware if they do have any concerns, in order that the police can act.
Question 8, Catherine Sangster.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government regarding its policy providing 1140 hours of funded early learning and childcare, what action has been taken to address parental concerns about flexibility and choice in the system?
Minister Siobhan Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Flexibility and choice are fundamental to our offer of 1140 hours of funded ELC for all 3- and 4-year-olds. As well as eligible 2-year-olds. The latest ELC census reported uptake by 3- and 4-year-old remains near universal, with a recent survey showing that 90% of parents and carers were satisfied that they'd been offered the flexibility to use funded hours in a way that met their families' need. We know there is more to do, and we will consider how best to ensure childcare offers the flexibility that families need as we develop our plans to expand provision.
Catherine Sangster.
Thank you for that answer. One of my constituents in Dander Hall has gotten in touch about their difficulties of securing a funded place that's convenient for their working and living arrangements. The only option available to them would mean crossing the infamous Sheriff Hall roundabout 4 times a day. My constituent does need a solution now, not in years to come. So can the Minister reassure my constituent that action will be taken now to resolve the inflexibility in the current system, and not wait until we start to expand further?
Minister.
Yes, I'm not sure of your individual constituents' situation there, or if it is indeed cross local authority, perhaps. And this is one of the issues I know that was raised recently in the child care debate several weeks ago. I'm happy to take that on. As we said, we are still working, and we would hope that local authorities moving forward would also work together to ensure that parents and families can get the child care that they need.
Question 9, Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what further assessment it has made of any impact on the environment following the granting of planning consent for the Berwick Bank offshore wind farm in light of the significant updates and changes to guidance and regulations since consent was granted.
Cabinet Secretary Ivan McKee.
Scottish Ministers comprehensively examined this application, and the decision to grant consent in July 2025 was taken after careful consideration of the project's potential environmental impact and potential impact on other users of the sea. It is a requirement of the consent that the developer must deliver compensation to address the environmental impacts of this wind farm, alongside measures which will mitigate and minimise impact to other sea users. The Scottish Ministers will consider any application to vary the Section 36 consent in line with current regulations.
Miles Briggs.
I thank Cabinet Secretary for that answer. In his response to me this week, the Cabinet Secretary states that SSE Renewables will compensate for any predicted adverse impacts. In their own impact assessment, projections for the development could kill 4,000 gannets, guillemots, kilowatts, puffins and razorbills every year, and ministers seem to accept that as an acceptable cost. So how does the Cabinet Secretary intend to keep this under constant review, and how will potential ongoing negative environmental impacts be reported to this Parliament?
Cabinet Secretary.
The Energy Act, obviously, that controls this, and the Scottish Government has worked collaboratively with the UK Government over the last few years to reform aspects of the habitat regulations for wind, with the dual purpose of enabling a more flexible approach to securing compensatory measures and maximising opportunities for investment. And the Scottish Government is working at pace on the Scottish statutory guidance, following a period of stakeholder engagement on draft guidance, and aim to publish this as soon as possible. This provided practical guidance on how the regulations for offshore wind in Scotland with regards to compensation operate.
Question 10, Daniel Johnson.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the commissioning of a new pre-hospital critical care service for Edinburgh and the east of Scotland.
Cabinet Secretary Angela Constance.
Presiding Officer, the Scottish Ambulance Service have deployed a business case for a new pre-hospital critical care service for Edinburgh and the east of Scotland, which will be considered under the new NHS subnational planning structures for consideration. It is the responsibility of NHS boards to make appropriate operational decisions to ensure a high level of quality of emergency medical care for the members of their communities.
Daniel Johnson.
I thank the Minister for that answer, but it's been 2 years since the Medic One helicopter was grounded. Since then, the Scottish Trauma Audit Group state that just 3% of the population in Edinburgh and the south east of Scotland receive life-saving advanced pre-hospital care. The comparative figure for Glasgow and the West is 32%. That's a tenfold difference. The business case was 9 months late, has been on ministerial desks since March. So when will we get a decision about this life-saving service for Edinburgh and the whole of the east of Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I very much appreciate the member's interest in this. I know that he has asked a number of questions in this very specific area, as have other members of this chamber. He is correct to say that the business case was submitted in March this year. This business case was actually requested in 2023 and is only now been submitted. As I said in my original answer, this will be a matter for the Subnational Planning Board, because they are best placed to make this decision, because the decision has to be consistent with the needs of the population based, and the planning needs to take take place across NHS and territorial boundaries. So this is a very important piece of work, and he will of course recall the quite long history in this matter, which I have looked into, that this was a decision taken by NHS Lothian back in 2024, and it was a decision that neither consulted Scottish Government nor indeed the Scottish Trauma Network. But my expectations remain the same, that NHS boards all have to ensure that high level of emergency medical care for their communities.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes general questions for today. The next item of business is First Minister's questions for party leaders. The first question will be asked by Anna Sarwar.
You caught me off guard there, sorry, Presiding Officer, by starting 30 seconds early, so I apologise. Can I start by wishing the Scotland team and the Tartan Army the best of luck as the World Cup kicks off later today? I'm sure the one thing that unites us all in this chamber is our support for Steve Clarke and the Scotland team. And, Presiding Officer, speaking of unity, I, like many, was horrified and angered by the knife attack in Belfast. Justice must be done and lessons must be learnt. But there is never any justification for that to turn into violence, racism and disorder on our streets. Those being intimidated on our streets or in our places of worship, whether that be a mosque, a synagogue or any other faith centre, must hear loudly and clearly from us all that this is not who we are, those who seek to divide us do not speak for us, and that Scotland belongs to us all. And, Presiding Officer, when we have a rising challenge of disillusionment and mistrust of our politics and our institutions, does the First Minister agree that rebuilding and restoring that trust is a responsibility on all of us who want to see the politics of hatred defeated?
First Minister.
So let me begin first of all on the question of the World Cup, and I associate myself directly with the comments that Mr Sarwar has made. I look forward enormously later on after question time to travelling to Boston to support Scotland in Boston on Saturday evening, and I extend my warmest wishes to Steve Clarke, to Andy Robertson and to the whole of the Scotland men's team who have done Scotland proud in getting to the World Cup, and we look forward enormously to their success. To contribute to the occasion, I decided to wear my No Scotland, No Party tie to First Minister's question time today, so hopefully that will bring some good cheer to the team at the weekend. On the serious issue that Mr Sarwar raises about disorder, I agree 100% with what he said. There is a rising tide of the spread of hateful rhetoric in our society, and it is inciting people to behave in a reckless and aggressive and thuggish fashion in our society. This is a peaceful country. Scotland is a welcoming country, and I will exercise the leadership, as I know Mr Sarwar will do, to make sure that Scotland always remains a tolerant, welcoming and inclusive country.
Question 2, Anna Sarwar.
I thank the First Minister for that response and wish him well on his travels, and wish even more that Scotland gets the results it needs at the World Cup. On the issue of trust, last night the SNP voted down an inquiry into the lessons and implications of Operation Branchfarm and the conviction of Peter Murrell. The reason given was that the SNP believed that this was an attempt by political rivals to investigate the inner workings of another political party. As I made clear yesterday, that is not my intention. The crimes of Peter Murrell are for Peter Murrell, but there are issues raised that go beyond the internal workings of the SNP. There are legitimate questions for Police Scotland, the Crown Office, the Lord Advocate, the Electoral Commission, HMRC and others like the Scottish Legal Aid Board on why a wealthy man who owns property abroad and says he has the means to immediately pay back £400,000 had access to legal aid. Scots demand answers to these valid questions. So John Swinney says he wants to avoid an inquiry into the inner workings of the SNP. I agree. So will he work cross-party to agree the terms of reference, the scope and remit of any parliamentary inquiry before supporting any such inquiry?
First Minister.
Senator, if that was an attempt by Mr Sarwar to put some order and clarity into his position, it was absolutely necessary. Because anyone listening to the incoherent gibberish that Jackie Bailey came out with on the radio this morning in trying to defend the Labour position knows that Labour has just been trying to score grubby political points over this whole issue for weeks, and they should be ashamed of themselves. We've gone through a process where my party is the victim of an embezzlement, and that is a criminal case that has been researched by Police Scotland, put in front of the Crown, and a successful prosecution obtained. That is what has happened in this particular case. I do not believe there is a case for an independent inquiry or a parliamentary inquiry into that issue, because that has been done by the police, and no organisation can do the issue or take that issue forward in a more sophisticated way than a police investigation. And Mr Sarwar should leave it at that.
Anna Sarwar.
Presiding Officer, I'm not asking us to get into the inner workings of the police relating to the investigation of Operation Branchform. I'm talking about the institutions in this country and the legitimate questions. Now, following on from the letter from the Government this morning, I have written to the Electoral Commission saying that we will support and engage in any review into party finances. But this is about Operation Branchform and the lessons and implications from it. This was an investigation into the governing party of Scotland. It would further undermine public trust and confidence and our democracy if the governing party now blocks any attempt to look at the lessons and implications of that investigation and subsequent convictions. Rebuilding trust is on all of us. So that's why, Presiding Officer, I have today written to all political parties, asking them to meet and start the work of agreeing a terms of reference and a scope of any potential inquiry. This should be a process that the SNP and the Greens are willing to engage with in good faith. Governance of the SNP is for John Swinney and the SNP, but scrutiny of government and our institutions is for Parliament and for parliamentarians. In fact, that is our duty. So can I ask John Swinney, is he prepared to confront a culture of secrecy and cover-up and put country before party by agreeing the terms of a meaningful inquiry?
First Minister.
What does Mr Sarwar think we're engaged in just now? This is scrutiny. I'm here to answer questions twice a week in front of Parliament, as are all of my ministers on a regular basis, to have government under scrutiny. Mr Sarwar keeps on saying he doesn't want an internal investigation into the SNP. That's exactly what he's just made the case for, and that was a case that failed in Parliament yesterday. Mr Sarwar is going to have to accept the democratic outcomes that take their course. The first one he's going to have to accept is that Parliament rejected the arguments that Mr Sarwar is putting forward yesterday.
First Minister, if you're asking a question, do the courtesy of the First Minister in the Chamber of letting him answer the question that you yourself have asked. Thank you. First Minister.
Presiding Officer, Mr Sarwar is setting out an argument which is about examining a case which Parliament rejected yesterday democratically. That was what Parliament decided. And the other democratic outcome that Mr Sarwar is going to have to come to terms with is the outcome of the election. When all of these issues that were put about by Mr Sarwar, he would come to Parliament week after week and issue all of the comments, smearing his opponents, smearing me, smearing my government, smearing the SNP, and the people decided to send fewer Labour MSPs to this Parliament as a consequence of the election. So I would simply say to Mr Sarwar, it's time he acknowledged the failure of his strategy to hold this government to account, and he should come up with a better strategy than the one he's pursuing.
Malcolm Offord.
Let me start by adding my best wishes and sending our best of luck to the Scotland team in America. Let's hope they get to the last 16 for the first time since 1974. So in PMQs, Reform Scotland will continue to focus on the issues that matter most to voters in Scotland, which are that energy costs are too high, taxes are too high and immigration is too high. Therefore, at this, my third FMQs, I wish to focus on immigration.
I would remind you that immigration is a reserved matter and not under the remit of the First Minister.
there is a specific Scottish matter I want to raise in relation to immigration, which is going to explain now. So thousands of the immigrants who arrive illegally in the UK when granted leave to remain there then come specifically to Scotland, presenting as homeless, because local authorities here have less discretion than in England about how they allocate accommodation. Now, as a result, councils across Scotland are being forced to indefinitely pause the allocation of permanent accommodation to local Scots who have been on social housing waiting lists, in some cases for years, in order to provide temporary accommodation to the new arrivals instead. So my question to the First Minister is, will he now restore to Scottish local authorities their powers to put local Scots first?
First Minister.
President, I think Mr Offord is under a misconception about the local connection rules, because the local connection rules that were changed by this government in 2022 did not change local connection rules for refugee households. The local connection rules in relation to refugee households have been in place for, I would think, in excess of 20 years in the current context. So Mr Offord is just fundamentally wrong in the point that he puts to me. But there is a deeper point that is exposed by the question that Mr Offord puts to me. And that is that Mr Offord is trying to pursue an issue on immigration at the same time as his party is associated with the stirring up of hatred within our society. And I just want to call it out for what it is, because during the election campaign I made it abundantly clear I would not cooperate with reform in this Parliament because of the way in which they pursue this issue, which incites racial hatred in our society. I'm glad I took that stance in the election, and I'm determined to sustain it during this Parliament.
Malcolm Offord. We only take points of order on FMQs at the end of First Minister's questions.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So, the First Minister has not answered my question, and instead he's thrown false accusations at my party. Let me address direct the terrible riots we've seen in Belfast. First, to condemn the brutal and unprovoked attack on Stephen Ogilvie. Second, to echo his family in saying that violent protest is not the answer. Whatever is the problem, violence is not the answer. But that is not to ignore the problem. The reality is there's a very real problem with immigration, which was created by the Tories and now exacerbated by Labour. Weak politicians have created this unrest in our society, and if we the politicians don't fix it democratically, other less savoury actors will fill that vacuum. So, in Scotland, will the First Minister now take immediate action to restore the priority need for local Scots, for scarce housing resources, to give priority to local Scots ahead of strangers?
First Minister.
I would simply point out to Malcolm Offord in relation to his question that the problem that was created by the Conservatives, in his words, was by a Conservative party of which he was a member and a serving government minister. So it stretches incredulity for Mr Offord to come here and present himself as some form of a solution to a problem that he allegedly, in his own words, created in the first place. Now, I want to explore some of the comments that Mr Offord has said to me about the issues around about protest, because I fear that the issues around less savoury characters are not too far from home. On Tuesday, there was disorder in the streets of Scotland, and particularly in the city of Glasgow, which I unreservedly condemn, and I condemned it yesterday. At the same time as I was condemning it, Thomas Kerr, sitting beside Mr Offord, was saying to people that it was important that people went out and protested last night. At the same time, I was making it abundantly clear that nobody in the current context, although they've got democratic rights, nobody should be out protesting last night, given the climate that we're in. That was my advice for people not to protest. Mr Kerr said people should get out and protest. And what happened last night? Well, in Greenock, a town very close to Mr Offord's heart, I know that. Police officers were attacked. 2 officers sustained minor injuries and damage was caused to police vehicles as the police were simply doing their duty of protecting the citizens of our country, and Mr Offord should condemn his colleague Thomas Kerr right now.
Malcolm Offord. Let Mr Offord speak.
Presiding Officer, let me say once again unequivocally that we condemn violence. Violence is not the way to protest, but protest is a valid mechanism to make one's views heard in frustration. Thomas Kerr was very, very clear yesterday in all interviews he gave that there was no line to cross into violence, but a right to protest remains valid. And Thomas Kerr says this as a local Glaswegian. And we know, for example, the FOI in the Times recently showed that Glasgow has become home to 20 refugees per week in the last year, with the vast majority being fighting-age men from undisclosed, with undisclosed.
Excuse me, let him finish.
Presiding Officer, with undisclosed nationality, and that is unsustainable. We all agree that sensibly. But it's sadly not surprising because it was the First Minister who was wearing a T-shirt saying, "I welcome refugees," while advocating open borders. First Minister, we can't have this. These are the consequences. We're asking you to reapply local connection rules, which you can do, to help alleviate the pressures on this big issue, social housing. It will rebalance the system once again to put our own people first. Now, the SNP and every other party in this chamber have championed mass uncontrolled immigration. Reform Scotland does not. So I ask the First Minister one last time, will he please immediately introduce the priority need and local connection rule to our housing system and finally put Scotland first?
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, I think what Parliament and the country has just heard for the first time in this parliamentary session is exactly what I was warning about during the election campaign. Because the language that's been used about strangers, about creating division between people who walk the same streets of our country. On Tuesday night, Police Scotland issued a statement which indicated that officers responded to disorder and violence, including incidents in Glasgow, where members of the public were attacked because of the colour of their skin. Now, people, and it also goes on to say, officers were also attacked. Now, members of the public will ask, how on earth, and they say this to me when I'm out and about in the country, how has Scotland become like this? Well, Scotland has become like this because people over on that side of this chamber, Malcolm Offord, Thomas Kerr, various others, are inciting racial division in our society, and this government will stand up to all of that.
Okay, members, thank you. Settle down. Gillian Mackay.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. And could I follow others in wishing Steve Clark, the Scotland's Men team and the Tartan Army a safe and productive journey in the US. The racist violence we've seen on the streets of Belfast, as well as in Glasgow and elsewhere in Scotland this week, have been utterly shameful. People were trapped inside the Glasgow Central Mosque and the St Enoch Centre, sheltering there for their own safety. Others were attacked in the street because of the colour of their skin, while mobs shouted, "Send them home," at children because they weren't white. Nobody should be made to feel unsafe on our streets, and it's horrific that so many people have been. There are no so-called legitimate concerns which can justify this kind of hateful action. So what will the First Minister do? So what will the First Minister do to provide reassurances to people and communities who are worried about their safety and that of their loved ones?
First Minister.
President Officer, one of the fundamental duties, if not the fundamental duty of ministers, is to ensure that people are safe in their own country. And that is the approach taken forward in all of the communications that the Government takes forward. We set out prior to Christmas, and I intend to revisit this question again, the merits of the We Are Scotland campaign, the one that communicates and supports the advantages of multiculturalism within our society, but in the light of recent events, I intend to revisit that campaign to ensure that its messages are heard. They were heard loudly and clearly in the run-up to Christmas, but I want to make sure that is the case. But then also that Police Scotland are active in supporting individual communities. I know, because I've heard from the Jewish community, I've heard from the Muslim community, the degree to which they feel they have good and strong connections with Police Scotland, and they feel Police Scotland are responsive to their concerns. And they must always feel that our police forces are responsive to their concerns. And I assure Gillian Mackay, and I think this was demonstrated by Police Scotland on Tuesday evening, that the force and the advantage of being a single force has the capacity to deploy formidable resources to ensure that members of the public are kept safe when these actions take place. And we must at all times be vigilant to ensure that we have those resources in place to ensure community safety.
Gillian Mackay.
I thank the First Minister for that answer. This is a time when our Parliament must stand together to condemn racists and fascists who seek to divide our communities. And I am heartened by most of the response we've seen so far this afternoon. Yet the National has revealed today that an active member of Reform UK, who attended the election count in Glasgow alongside their deputy leader in Scotland, not only took part in the racist scenes on Buchanan Street, but boasted that he would do so again. Last year, this man, who's clearly a friend of Reform UK's leadership, wrote, and I quote, "Jews are forcing us to swallow hordes of migrants, flooding land with the dregs of the world to dilute our Protestant stock and shatter the Union." It makes me feel sick just quoting that. But as we've seen this afternoon, this is a party that's consistently branded New Scots as strangers, attacked Glaswegian school children who speak more than one language, and scapegoated and demonised our migrant communities. What does the First Minister have to say to those on the reform benches who have fanned the flames of hate and actively welcomed racist and anti-Semitic members?
First Minister.
I have seen the comments to which Gillian Mackay refers, and I'm horrified by their contents. I think they are the worst of the communication in our society in the demonising of individuals. And as I have made clear in my response already to Malcolm Offord, I deplore the way in which Reform is stirring up this division within our society, their association with individuals that are creating that division and who are also involved, it appears from what I've read in the newspapers today, the disorder that we have seen on the streets of our country is no place for democratic politicians to be associated with. And I would say to Reform, they should establish the strongest possible distance from that rhetoric and from the behaviour of these individuals, or they will forever be known as the people that incited racial tension within our society in Scotland.
Gillian Mackay.
The violence this week has been stirred up by an online landscape which is designed to promote hate, and by social media algorithms which deliver fascist propaganda into people's news feeds 24 hours a day. The world's richest man, Elon Musk, used his personally owned social media platform to share abhorrent content, including quotes calling for millions and millions to be deported from the UK, along with adverts for these protests. This is a direct threat to the safety of communities across our country, and it cannot go unchallenged. Online regulation is largely reserved to Westminster, but there is one area this Parliament does have control over. So will the First Minister work with the Scottish Greens to class social media platforms as publishers when the content they show you is the result of their algorithm rather than your choices as a user? That way we can finally start to take action on hateful and misleading online content.
First Minister.
I'm very happy to cooperate with the Scottish Green Party and other colleagues in Parliament who wish to tackle some of the online harm that is being propagated to individuals in our society. I've seen some of the messages that have been communicated by Elon Musk, promoting messages circulated by Tommy Robinson, encouraging people to take part in demonstrations in our country. It is absolutely abhorrent. And there needs to be the toughest regulatory regime in place. As Gillian Mackay says, the overwhelming majority of that is reserved to the United Kingdom Government, and we've had ongoing productive discussions with the UK Government as they wrestle with how to handle the expansion of social media and to have the correct regulatory environment in place. But if there are measures that we can take in this Parliament, then I assure Gillian Mackay of the appetite and the enthusiasm of the Government to make sure that we can take whatever steps are available to us to do exactly that.
Russell Findlay.
Thank you, President Officer. Before I start, I also want to say, come on Scotland, and let's at least get into the next round out the group stages. And I also want to wholeheartedly, on behalf of my party, condemn the ugly scenes that we saw in the streets of my home city of Glasgow. Now, John Swinney has blocked the parliamentary inquiry into the SNP crime scandal. He doesn't want to know if Peter Murrow stole taxpayers' money, the terms of his plea deal, or why Nicola Sturgeon wasn't prosecuted. A lady called Margaret Killer joined the SNP in the 1950s, and she donated money to the party for years. And when she died aged 84, she left them £20,000. Peter Murrow told Margaret's solicitor to deal only with him, not the party treasurer. Margaret's executor told me this morning that she would have backed an inquiry in Parliament. She said, and I quote, "Margaret truly believed in the SNP and would have been so upset and so angry. We'll never know if Peter Murrow stole her money." So why is John Swinney so scared of doing the right thing?
First Minister.
First of all, President Officer, I'd like to welcome the comments that Russell Findlay has made about the disorder in Glasgow, because I think it says something very significant that the Conservative leader, along with other leaders in Parliament, is reinforcing the comments that have been made, and I unreservedly welcome that support from the Conservative benches today. In relation to the points on the embezzlement case that has affected my party and my party alone, I appreciate and value the contributions that are made to my party by its members. It's been at the heart of my response to this incredibly distressing experience. And that is why I am taking action, and if the Presiding Officer will forgive me, this is out with my responsibilities as First Minister, but they are part of my responsibilities as the Principal Trustee of the Scottish National Party to make sure that the losses that we have experienced are repaid. That is why I've taken the action that I've taken in relation to, in concert with the approval of my National Executive Committee, to secure the return of those monies and to do that at the earliest possible opportunity, because of the commitment and the devotion of individuals who have given us money and who will feel injured by it. And of course, I am one of those people as well. I donate to the Scottish National Party, and I want that money to be used to take forward the activities of the SNP and the cause of Scottish independence. And that's why I've acted as the principal trustee of the party to make sure that that money is returned to where it rightfully belongs, in the funds of the Scottish National Party.
Russell Findlay.
Thank you. Margaret Killer lived in Aberdeen South, where people will choose a new MP next week. Now, many of the residents I've been speaking with are dismayed by the SNP's desperate Peter Murrow and Nicola Sturgeon cover-up. But they are even more angry at the SNP's duplicity over oil and gas. Thousands of jobs are being lost because of Ed Miliband's idiotic opposition to new drilling. And the SNP pretend to back oil and gas, but they still have a presumption against new drilling in the North Sea. So will John Swinney get off the fence and back our candidate, Douglas Lumsden's clear call to get Britain drilling again?
Even Mr Findlay smiled at that one. First Minister.
About the only moment of significance that I've heard anything about Douglas Lumsden is the fact that he put in thousands of AI-generated questions to the Parliament, he couldn't even think them up for himself. So that tells you how useless Douglas Lumsden is, so nobody should think about voting for a useless candidate who can't make up his own questions.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On behalf of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, can I echo the remarks about the Scotland World Cup side and wish Steve Clarke and his squad all the best in the Americas. In relation to the violence that we have seen on Scottish streets in recent days, the heat and the hate stoked by bad actors online and amplified by voices in this chamber do not reflect the welcoming and internationalist country that I recognise. If they seek to gain advantage by trying to divide the people of Scotland, then they underestimate the people of Scotland, and they will fail. Presiding Officer, a leading education expert warned this week of a persistent and worsening shortage of specialist teachers in Scottish schools. This isn't just an education crisis, it's an economic one as well. And the Scottish Liberal Democrats are publishing today new research. This shows that over 500 teaching jobs had to be re-advertised due to shortages. Posts have been left unfilled for as long as 2 years. And in Kirkwall, the maths teacher post was re-advertised 14 times. Subjects like science, computing and technology are the very industries of the future. So, First Minister, why on earth are they being taught by history teachers or being dropped entirely?
First Minister.
First of all, let me welcome the comments that Mr Cole-Hamilton made in relation to the issues of division and disorder, and I welcome, but I'm not surprised by the comments that he made, so I welcome those. In relation to teaching numbers and specialist teachers in schools, there are acute challenges, particularly in rural Scotland, about the filling of teaching vacancies and in general. And then when that comes to specialist teaching posts, it becomes more acute. And the Government has, of course, in place mechanisms to try to encourage the taking up of those teaching posts, and that's part of the active workforce planning arrangements that we have in place. We also have other educational mechanisms which are available, particularly the eSchool, which was a digitally based platform which enables live teaching on subjects around the country, which are designed to address some of the shortages that Mr Cole-Hamilton refers to, where we are unable to take forward the filling of all of those vacancies. But the Government works with local authorities to take forward the workforce planning activity to ensure that we have a full and comprehensive network of teaching personnel in every part of the country.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
The First Minister is quick to lean into the likes of eSchool, but it requires far more support than the Government is currently providing it. Presiding Officer, I'm not sure the First Minister fully understands just how depressing this is for new teachers. To come out of training and have to head to the likes of Dubai or Darwin for a job because they can't find one here. It makes no sense. On the one hand, we have teachers who can't find jobs, and on the other, subjects are being cut due to lack of teachers. One practical way we could fill these vacancies is to make it much easier for primary school teachers to re-qualify and go to work in our secondary schools. Indeed, the General Teaching Council said this was a very practical solution for employers to address specific recruitment issues. Scotland's young people deserved the right to study whatever they want, wherever they are. So will the First Minister instruct his government to sit down with the Liberal Democrats and teaching bodies to deliver sensible solutions like this?
First Minister.
As I understand it, there is work already underway with the General Teaching Council on exactly the point that Mr Cole-Hamilton raises. So if there's additional input that is to come from the Liberal Democrats, then the Education Secretary will be happy to engage on that question, because we have to explore all practical steps. Mr Cole-Hamilton said that teachers were leaving the country to go to teach in Dubai or other locations and couldn't find jobs in Scotland, but he was pressing me about teaching vacancies in Scotland. So there's a slight contradiction there in the argument that there are plenty of teaching opportunities that are available, and we will work with individuals to try to ensure that that is the case. I'm not quite sure what point Mr Cole-Hamilton is making to me when I sort of spell out the logic or the illogicality at the heart of his question, but I'll leave that for Mr Cole-Hamilton to study the record and to work out where we're going here, but I'm very keen to make sure that every available teacher is able to be deployed in Scottish education, and the Education Secretary will work happily with others to make sure that's the case.
Thank you, First Minister. That concludes First Minister's questions. I have to say I was disappointed by the lack of ambition in terms of Scotland's World Cup campaign. Last 16, last 32. Come on, everyone. Point of order, Helen McDade.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Under Standing Order 7.3, I'm learning. So the last time I learned I need to know the Standing Order. This time I learn I need to wait to the end of First Minister's questions. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Under orderly manner and should not conduct themselves in a manner which would constitute a criminal offence. The First Minister believes that saying the word strangers institutes violence. So what does he think the word racist aimed at me does to my risk? And I think it increases the risk I am at as a public figure. And so I am asking the presiding officer to rule on the word racist in this Parliament, or ask the First Minister, who's known me for 20 years, to say to my face he thinks I'm a racist.
I'm not aware of the First Minister being specific to any individual, but that's a point of argument, not a point of order. Members are responsible for their own contributions to the Chamber. Excuse me, don't when I'm speaking, don't heckle when I'm answering. It's not actually a point of procedure, which is actually what a point of order should be. It's a point of argument, not a point of procedure. And as I've already said, that concludes First Minister's questions. We now move to the next item, which is a statement by Angela Constance on improving maternity services across Scotland. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, and there will be no interventions or interruptions. We have a 2-minute break to enable a changeover of the front benches.
Could members who intend to leave the chamber do so quietly so we can move on to next business? Thank you. I call on Angela Constance.
Presiding Officer, this Government is determined to ensure the maternity services provided across our country meet the highest of standards for all women and their families. The core principles of safety and choice must remain at the very heart of this. I know members will share my deep concern about recent reports on maternity services, including last week's Healthcare Improvement Scotland inspection report on the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital's maternity services. And my statement will respond to these findings and set out the further action we will now take nationally, including through an independent review of maternity services. I know that for women and their families, pregnancy and birth can be both exciting and worrying. Giving birth in Scotland is, in the vast majority of cases, very safe, and our NHS staff are highly skilled. Any woman who is pregnant should always access care. Women generally report positive experiences. The National Childbirth Trust recent study From Expectation to Reality found that 87% of surveyed new mums in Scotland said they received good quality care. Today's Embrace UK audit report on UK perinatal deaths of babies born in 2024 shows Scotland had the lowest rate of all 4 UK nations. That said, I have heard the concerns shared by women, their families and members of this chamber, and one poor experience is one too many. Care must be safe, compassionate and of the highest quality, regardless of where or when women give birth. Ministers have already laid some important groundwork needed to address the challenges facing maternity services, but it's clear much more remains to be done. Last year, Healthcare Improvement Scotland began a rigorous programme of inspections of maternity units instigated by this government. These inspections are independent of government and are conducted wholly unannounced. Last week's HIS report into the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital identified serious issues, particularly in relation to women's experience of birth and access to timely personalised care. Inspectors reported delays in triaging to labour wards and instances of failures to provide interpretation services where they were needed. And I find these issues unacceptable, and I have made that very clear to the Chief Executive of NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde. And I expect all of Healthcare Improvement Scotland's 26 requirements to be taken forward urgently, and Ministers will be meeting the Board's Chief Executive again before recess to review progress. Whilst the report identifies failures, it also highlights kind care delivered to women, babies and their families, demonstrating the dedication of maternity staff. And I will shortly meet Jackie Lambert, Director of the Royal College of Midwives, to discuss the concerns of the workforce and to reiterate my thanks for the exceptional dedication of midwives. Members will also recall his inspection report of the Royal Infirmary Edinburgh maternity unit last year. And progress within NHS Lothian is positive. 24 of the 26 HIS requirements have been delivered, with the Board launching a maternity culture charter and recruiting new staff. However, NHS Lothian maternity services remain escalated under the framework we have for supervision, and will continue to work with the Board to ensure they meet all of HIS's requirements and recommendations. With 7 of the 18 HIS inspections completed, common themes are emerging. These include inconsistent approaches to maternity triage, delays in induction of labour, workforce pressures, concerns around governance and culture, and failures to consistently meet core mandatory training requirements. And each of the boards inspected by HIS has submitted a detailed action plan setting out how they will address the issues identified, and they will be held to account for delivering on those commitments. It is clear, nonetheless, that decisive national action is needed to tackle the issues we are seeing again and again in different parts of the country. And that work has already begun. Firstly, we commissioned HIS to develop standards describing the level of service expected in every maternity unit. These were published in March, and HIS will incorporate the new standards into their inspection programme from September. Last year, we published an action plan to address racialised health inequalities, and this provides boards with clear actions to take to improve the care provided in perinatal services. We have developed a delivery framework for miscarriage care to make sure women and their families receive the compassionate care they need at the right time in settings that meet their needs. Our triage working group is producing a target operating model that describes how maternity triage services should look in small, medium and large units and in rural and urban communities. Work has also been taken forward to support the sustainability of the maternity workforce through our Nursing and Midwifery Task Force, including improving recruitment pathways, retention and workforce wellbeing. And Minister Marie Todd will take forward work to develop a rural midwifery apprenticeship. While those actions are important, they will not be sufficient, and that is why we have committed to an independent review of maternity services in Scotland. And this review will draw on inspection findings, but we cannot wait for HIS's programme of inspections to conclude next year before it gets underway. That is why today I have published the core principles of the review, and I will outline these to members now. Firstly, the review will consider whether we have the right maternity services in place to meet the changing needs of women and families. Women are increasingly having children later in life, and more women are entering pregnancy with complex health needs. And these factors can have a significant impact on the care required during pregnancy and birth. And this review will provide a strategic assessment of need that will help us match our services to our population. The review will be forward-looking and consider service sustainability, taking account of workforce culture, safety, quality and equity of access. The review will consider maternity services in rural and island areas and the experiences of women living there. And I have heard very clearly, particularly from Marie Todd, David Green, Finlay Carson and Laura Mitchell, of the strength of feeling in Caithness, Wigtonshire and Elgin. And I know progress has been made in meeting our commitment to Dr Brace Hospital in Elgin, and I want to ensure that that progress continues. This review will look at the experiences of women in Caithness, Wigtonshire and Elgin, and in other rural and island communities. The review will consider inequalities in outcomes, including the higher maternal mortality rates experienced by Black and Asian women, and will assess whether current work to tackle racialised inequalities is achieving the impact required. And this will be informed by the voices of Black and Asian women. Lastly, the review will consider how NHS boards engage with their local communities on the decisions that they make about maternity services, and I know that this has been a key issue raised by Scotland's Patient Safety Commissioner. Presiding Officer, this work will demand an experienced and trusted chair, and I am therefore very pleased to announce that this review will be chaired by Professor Christine McCourt. Christine McCourt is Professor of Maternal and Child Health at City St George's, University of London. Her wide-ranging expertise includes focusing on the experience of women, informed choice in care, place of birth, induction of labour, group care and continuity of carer, and on approaches to improve equity, quality and safety in care. She is a trusted leader in the UK in maternal health and is well placed to lead the transformation that we need to see. Professor McCourt will engage with women, families, patient groups, clinicians, midwives, nurses and the wider maternity workforce across Scotland, including in Caithness and Wigtonshire. It is essential that the voices of those receiving and delivering care are heard directly through this process. I will also ask Professor McCourt to examine service models and make robust evidence-based recommendations on the best possible clinical pathways to ensure women are safe when they give birth and that their needs and those of their families are met. Pace is essential, and I expect the review to be commenced after summer and be completed within 9 months, and we will publish a more detailed scope and terms of reference in due course. And to ensure that Parliament is fully involved in this work, I will ask Professor McCourt to host a cross-party meeting before she begins the review. Presiding Officer, I want to close by providing reassurance today to women that they will be heard. Welcoming a new arrival to the world is the most precious and special moment, and women must be able to trust the services being provided to them. And this independent review is about ensuring women can have the confidence that this government will take swift action where it is needed. This not only delivers on our 100 days commitment, but importantly will deliver real and tangible change for women, their babies and their families. Thank you.
The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in the statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we will move on to the next item of business. It would be helpful if members who wish to ask a question were to press the request to speak buttons now. I've had indications from 13 members that they wish to ask a question to the Cabinet Secretary, and to enable all of those questions to be put and to be answered, this will require both questions and answers to be brief. Jackie Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's statement and welcome the appointment of Professor Christine McCourt. She has her work cut out for her. Inspections have revealed the significant delays for women waiting to be induced in Glasgow, others forced to travel 100 miles to give birth in Caithness, and shortages of midwives in Lothian as examples. Parents who lost babies, though, are frustrated by the lack of transparency. Promises were made previously that parents like Julie Keegan, who lost her baby boy, and Laurie Quate, who lost both his wife and unborn child, would be part of the task force. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary why they've not been involved? And only this week we learned of further delays to the opening of the Bed Family Hospital, which of course provides maternity services. It's 7 years late. And then there's the downgrading of the award-winning Wishaw Neonatal Unit. And consideration of neonatal services appears to have been dropped. It would be helpful to know if the Cabinet Secretary would reconsider. And finally, Presiding Officer, in my constituency, midwives and expectant mothers are concerned by reports that triage calls currently dealt with by their local hospital, the Vale of Leven, could be centralised. So what steps will the Minister take to ensure that women giving birth receive safe, high-quality care wherever they are in Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I'll do my best to answer those points in turn and also try and achieve brevity. Jackie Bailey says that Professor McCourt has her work cut out for her. Can I just suggest that we all have our work cut out for her? Because time doesn't stand still for any of us. And where there are issues, I hope this chamber and Miss Bailey knows I will always be candid and direct. And if I need to lift the lid on something, I will indeed do that. And transparency for families is absolutely crucial. I have been concerned by reports that I have read with respect to serious adverse reviews. The issue around these reports that's at the very heart of them is quality and timing. These reports have to be done continuously, they must involve families and they must be of a good quality because they facilitate learning for the future. In terms of beard and anchor issues, we want those services to be open as soon as possible, but they need to be safe before they're open, and I think we have all learned those lessons. In terms of Wishaw neonatal, can I just start by saying I recognise the tension here that if you've got a very sick baby and that wee baby is not being cared for in the hospital closest to you, I understand well and truly the distress that that will cause. But I also understand what we have to do to save young lives. And based on clinical advice, with the support of organisations like Bliss, we have moved, or are in the process of moving to a model that has safety at its heart. And I'm happy to, of course, discuss that forward. The terms of reference have still to be published. And, of course, you wouldn't publish the terms of reference before a chair was appointed, because a chair has a crucial role in that, because they are indeed independent.
Helen McDade.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I thank the Minister for her statement and welcome the independent review. As someone who stood on it for this Parliament once before and saved local hospitals, Dunfermline, Perth, Stirling, I'm interested to see how things have gone on in 20 years. And one of the key issues remains the same, which is about workforce. So in Caithness and other areas, it's often a death by 1,000 cuts. First, you don't have the medical staff, you don't have housing for them, so they don't want to come. Then you have a less problem with midwives, you maybe don't have midwives. And then you say anybody who's anything other than a low risk has to be moved, and so on it goes. And I won't speak about the problems that Jackie and others have often mentioned it, but what are the specific steps that the Scottish Government is taking to increase recruitment and retention of midwives?
Cabinet Secretary, and members must refer to other members by their full names.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I just say for the record, in terms of qualified midwives, that over the past 10 years there's been a 13% increase in qualified midwives, and that equates to a whole-time equivalent of just under 318. But nonetheless, there are significant workforce issues to be addressed. As I said, I'll be meeting with the Royal College later today. Minister Marie Todd will continue to be involved in the Nursing and Midwifery Task Force, which has been designed to specifically look at those workforce issues, because recruitment, particularly in rural areas, is can be a challenge, and we need to ensure that we're also retaining those who join this very important vacation. So there's work to do, but I want to assure Ms McDade that we are well and truly on the journey.
Laura Mitchell.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement. The Cabinet Secretary will be aware that it is now 8 years since NHS Grampian downgraded maternity services at Dr Gray's Hospital. Restoration of a consultant-led service has been supported by the Scottish Government, and the project team are now undertaking the most challenging phase of work to recruit key clinicians to restore our full obstetrics service. I welcome the reference to Elgin in the Cabinet Secretary's statement, and I ask that she confirm the review will not impact the Scottish Government's commitment to a consultant-led service in Moray, and that the Government will do all it can to support the project team as it continues its work to rebuild services at Dr Gray's.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, as I said in my statement, we remain committed to supporting the return of obstetric maternity services to Dr Gray's Hospital. And indeed, since 2023, we have invested with NHS Grampian to support that return. And indeed, in this financial year, there's a further £6.5 million investment. Since 2024, NHS Grampian have made progress around obstetric daycare, antenatal scanning services, and are also performing elective daytime caesareans. There, of course, is further work to be done, and that hinges around ongoing recruitment.
Kayleigh Kinross O'Neill.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement, and I'd like to also echo your appreciation and sincere thanks to the exceptional dedication of midwives. When they start their journey as midwifery students, there are often barriers of staying in the sector due to the cost of living and studying. So I'd like to ask, can you confirm if this review would also look at paying midwifery students whilst they learn?
Cabinet Minister.
Presiding Officer, the purpose of the Midwifery and Nursing Task Force is to look at these issues. I mentioned earlier the work that Marie Todd will be leading around apprenticeships, but she raises a very interesting point about earn as you learn routes into the profession. In a former ministerial role, I was the Minister for Youth Employment, so I'm very committed to vocational learning and models, adapted otherwise, in and around what we've learnt from the success of apprenticeship-type models.
Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There's been 3 reviews over the last 10 years regarding maternity and neonatal services, and I just don't believe that there's any joined-up thinking from this Government in relation to its approach and how it's going to improve these services for mums and their babies. But one issue that I do want to raise today is in relation to the number of beds available for parents in neonatal wards. The work that was undertaken by Bliss Scotland shows that for every 10 children needing specialised care, there is only 1 bed for parents to stay overnight. Now, I worked with the previous Minister on this, and I'm willing to work with the Cabinet Secretary on this issue. So can she give an update today on the number of beds that are currently available for parents, and will she ensure that this is changed positively to make sure that parents can stay with their babies who are needing specialised care?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Ms Gallagher makes an important point about keeping mothers with their babies, irrespective of the health needs of the child, and we want to do that as much as is conceivably possible, and I would be delighted to work with Ms Gallagher on that, and I will follow up the very specific question that she has asked about number of beds and in terms of their availability and where are they. I think what I would say will be different around this review is that it is on the back of 7 now Healthcare Improvement Scotland maternity inspections, and there are broad themes. And the work of both the Nursing and Midwifery Task Force, but also the Midwifery and Neonatal Task Force, will be very important to ensure that the review can build upon that. And I am absolutely confident that we have an excellent and outstanding chair to lead this work, who will be open to engaging with parliamentarians, but most important of all, the communities and all of the communities that we all seek to represent.
David Green, to be followed by Alex Carr. David Green.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The Liberal Democrats have long called for an independent review, so I welcome the appointment of Professor McCourt as an independent chair. It is imperative that local campaigners and those with lived experience are fully engaged, including Willie Rennie's constituent, Laurie Mark Quaid, who had a previous commitment to be involved with the task force, but that hasn't happened to date. So will the Cabinet Secretary also recommend to Professor McCourt to meet with Caithness Health Action Team and experience first-hand that 100-mile-plus journey that mums in the far north are forced to make? And can she also clarify whether the review will examine restoring consultant-led maternity services in Caithness?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, this of course is an independent review with an independent chair, but I do hope it is helpful that the principles that I have published today will give at least some reassurance until the review has been set up and established. In terms of the existing nursing and neonatal, midwifery and neonatal task force, some of that work will be paused, and what the proposition, subject to consultation with the chair, is that there is a panel to advise her. But what I am clear about, that any review, as well as being independent, has to engage with the communities affected, and that specifically includes Caithness, it includes other rural communities as well. And you'll also note in my statement the issue in and around clinical pathways, as well as maternity triage, which will be important. But this is a very comprehensive independent review for all of Scotland, and is inclusive of the communities that many of our members here today represent.
Alex Carr, to be followed by Donald MacKinnon. Alex Carr.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thanks to the Cabinet Secretary for this statement. It is vital that everybody planning for a family in Scotland should feel confident they will have a positive and safe experience of maternity care, where their choices are respected and supported. I was delighted to see the Cabinet Secretary talk about equity of access, particularly around rural areas, which includes many communities in my constituency. Can the Cabinet Secretary say any more about the plans to improve that equity of access for expectant families across the country?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the member raises a crucial point about equity, and equity is an issue with regards to access, and of course we've heard about some of these very long journeys that birthing mothers are travelling across Scotland. But equity is also important to consider the impact of deprivation, and if I just give one or two examples of that. Women from the most deprived communities are more likely to have complex health issues, more likely to have diabetes, they're more likely to have a preterm baby, and their baby is more likely to be small for gestational age. So this is a comprehensive independent review, and inequity in all its forms will be at the heart of it.
Donald MacKinnon, to be followed by Jenny Minto. Donald MacKinnon.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement. Western Isles Hospital Maternity Care received an excellent report from an inspection earlier this year, showing staff are doing a great job providing compassionate and responsive care to women and their families. However, the report from Healthcare Improvement Scotland also stated that recruiting and retaining staff is a concern, with housing a key issue. What role does the Scottish Government see the Key Worker Housing Fund having in ensuring maternity care in our islands remains excellent?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the member makes an important pragmatic point, and that's why we need all our services to be joined up, and it's why we need every portfolio in government to be joined up, because the Housing Fund for Key Workers is absolutely imperative, because I think we all know of the recruitment and retention challenges, particularly in our rural communities, and I of course appreciate that there are additional challenges with our island communities.
Jenny Minto, to be followed by Senga Beresford. Jenny Minto.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I too would like to associate myself with the Cabinet Secretary's comments with respect to the staff working in maternity services, especially those in Argyll and Bute. And it's a follow-on really question from Donald MacKinnon's. To ensure the current 24-hour midwife-led community service is maintained in places like Argyll and Bute, staffing levels cannot be reduced. What discussions are the Scottish Government having with health boards and health and social care partnerships to ensure there is appropriate staff funding to improve maternity services across Scotland, and especially in rural constituencies like Argyll and Bute? And also how these very important rural and island voices are included in the maternity review.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I'm grateful to Ms Minto for her question. I know she has done and will continue to do great work and champion the needs and the healthcare needs of women, and also she'll continue to be a strong voice for rural Scotland. I'm sure the member will be aware that local authorities and health and social care partnerships are responsible for planning and delivering services that meet local needs. However, I'd also want to be very clear again that safe and effective care for women using maternity services is of the utmost importance. And I do recognise the challenges faced by women in rural areas of Scotland, including those Argyll and Bute. And with another hat I used to wear, I was the Resilience Minister, so I have become intimately familiar with some of the weather challenges, whether it's in Argyll and Bute or indeed in Caithness. So I can appreciate some of the logistical challenges for public services and indeed emergency services. But I would like to point out that we have provided a record £17.5 billion to health boards, and since 2018 we have provided over £34 million to invest essentially in maternity and neonatal services alone.
Senga Beresford, to be followed by Claire Hohe. Senga Beresford.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement. I appreciate the attempts outlined by the Cabinet Secretary to address some of the issues facing maternity care in Scotland. But can I ask, while we wait for an outcome of the new National Review of Maternity Services, that action will be taken to help the expectant mothers currently having to travel 75 miles to access maternity care since the Galloway Community Hospital maternity wing was shut down?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I am becoming aware of the history of the range of local issues in different parts of Scotland, including the south west of Scotland. And while we can't turn back time, we do have to look forward and address all the issues that are being wrestled with, both in terms of choice, but also safety, also access and also equity. And that's equity in terms of, irrespective of where a woman stays, but also in terms of the other challenges that they may face in their life. And the purpose of this review is really to build on the previous work done. We're not going back to reinvent the wheel, but really to get some impetus and not wait until the end of the cycle of healthcare improvement reports have been completed. The 8th report is due to be published soon. There will be 18 reports in total. But we do need those healthcare improvement Scotland reports, because they are indeed shining a light. They'll shine a light on the good practice, the compassionate care, the value of midwives in this country, but they are also shining a light on where improvements must be made. And the job of the task force will be to work at pace and to implement change that I hope that we can all get behind.
Claire Hohe, to be followed by Cara McKee. Claire Hohe.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I remind members of my register of interests. I hold a bank nurse contract with NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde. The Queen Elizabeth University Hospital in Glasgow was recently ordered to make 26 improvements by Healthcare Improvement Scotland. Many of my Rutherglen and Cambuslang constituents access maternity care at or from the hospital. What reassurances can the Cabinet Secretary give my constituents that those improvements will happen and that their maternity care will be safe?
Cabinet Secretary.
Ms Hockey raises a point, Presiding Officer, that we do have to reassure women and women who are currently expecting a baby that they should be confident in accessing care, and also recognising that it's a special time, but it can be a worrying time, and if things don't operate to plan, that there will be absolute transparency around that. And with that in mind, we always want to be encouraging women to access the care that they need. I intimated in my statement that I very quickly met with the Chief Executive of NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde, and separate to that I met with Healthcare Improvement Scotland, because that was my way of cross-checking what the Chief Executive had thoroughly relayed to me about the progress that they had been making with their published action plan, about the additional investment in midwives, the work that they were doing to engage with their workforce, the work that they were doing to engage and address issues of culture, and also the issues around access to interpretation services, because that was something I specifically raised with the Chief Executive. Because I can't imagine that if English is not your first language, it must be quite frightening not being able to communicate your needs. And being able to communicate your needs and have your needs understood is a fundamental of care. And I did take the opportunity to engage with Healthcare Improvement Scotland, who were able to confirm very proactive leadership and ownership from the Chief Executive and the Board. And I can just assure the member, so that she can reassure her constituents, I will be following this through, myself and ministers, with further meetings. And of course we have a range of options available to us if progress doesn't continue as it currently is.
Cara McKee, to be followed by Zengani. Cara McKee.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her statement, and I welcome the commitment to work with Black and Asian women to inform the review. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will be aware of the shocking statistic that Black women are more than twice as likely as white women to die in pregnancy, childbirth or the postnatal period. Some of the women who engage with the review may have experienced significant trauma as a result of being racialised by maternity services. How will the Cabinet Secretary ensure that the review is trauma-informed and that there is sufficient emotional support available for those who take part?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I am acutely aware of the Embry's UK maternity mortality stats, which are very sobering indeed. They show that there is a threefold difference in maternal mortality amongst Black women as compared to white women, and the mortality rate amongst Asian women is a bit higher than white women also. And while, we've got to recognise those disparities in outcomes that come from the audits and confidential inquiries that have taken place across the UK. So tackling racialised health inequalities is crucial. There has been work ongoing in that area. There is a maternal care action plan that was published February 25. And what I want to see as a priority is that work proceed. But the member will also note that racialised health inequalities is an important part of the brief for the chair of the new independent review.
Zengani.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's statement today and the manifesto commitment made to an independent report into maternal mortality faced by Scotland's Black and Asian communities. It is essential that communities who face systemic barriers and bias are properly supported to ensure the best outcomes for everyone in Scotland. So can the Cabinet Secretary say any more about its expectations for this work and what it hopes to achieve with this commitment?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I won't repeat what I said to the previous member, other than to reinforce that tackling racialised health inequalities is a priority. It is also a matter that I've engaged the Minister for Equalities, Sumita Kumar, on, and I've also been very clear with my health officials that this isn't just for the Health Department, that we need to be reaching out to different communities as well. And as I intimated, we did publish the Tackling Racialised Health Inequalities in Maternity Care Action Plan last year, and this had 14 actions to be addressed in the first instance, and activity is underway against all of those actions identified for local delivery by NHS boards in the action plan, and I can assure Mr Ghani that I'll continue to monitor the implementation of these through NHS board updates.
Apologies to members that I was unable to call. We now move on to the next business and I'll allow the front benches to change. The next item of business is a debate on motion 309 in the name of Ivan McKee on public service reform, empowering staff, service users and local communities. And I invite members who wish to speak in this debate to press their request to speak buttons. I call on Ivan McKee to speak to and move the motion.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm delighted to open this debate this afternoon on public service reform, which I believe will be the defining task of this Parliament. Public service reform is about delivering our vision of a Scotland where citizens enjoy excellent public services delivered to meet their individual needs and where staff providing those services feel valued and empowered to make a difference to people's lives. It is a vision rooted in our beliefs about public services, that they are critical in delivering a fairer future with opportunities for all. They are an asset and an investment and must be protected for the future by investing wisely. And this vision is enabled by more joined-up, integrated services with greater investment and prevention delivered efficiently. And these principles were set out by the Christie Commission and they are embedded in our public service reform strategy published last year. Public service reform is at the heart of this administration. We are not making marginal changes. We must reimagine the state as an enabler, and that means rewiring our public services system to deliver on that vision. And that means listening to and working with communities, those who rely on services and the workforce to make changes and improve service delivery. Presiding Officer, I have high hopes for this debate and I hope I will not be disappointed. We will not deliver the scale of change we need without some consensus across the Chamber. And while we as the Government are brimming with ideas and innovation to transform public services, this Government absolutely recognises we do not hold an exclusivity on good ideas. I look forward to hearing from opposition spokespeople on their perspectives on public service reform and, very importantly, where we can work together. And I also look forward to hearing from backbench colleagues with a wide range of experiences and perspectives on where they see opportunities to make Scotland's public services preventative, joined up and excellent, because that is what the people of Scotland deserve. Presiding Officer, we've already shown what is possible. More than £300 million saved through more efficient procurement over the past 2 years. We're projecting savings of more than £50 million through the rationalisation of estates, with 13 core Scottish Government buildings closed over the last 3 years and more to follow. An extensive programme of automation with over 140 automations implemented, delivering more than £15 million in cost avoidance. Rationalisation of the public sector landscape with the formation of Police Scotland, the Fire and Rescue Service, regionalisation of colleges and more recently the formation of Public Service Delivery Scotland. Legislation that has empowered communities to acquire public assets in our world-leading Community Wealth Building Act. A wide range of effective preventative initiatives including Child Smile, the Caledonian System, minimum unit pricing, family nurse partnerships, to name but a few. And a rollout of digital services including the Scott account, expanding people's access to essential services via one single sign-on process, now with 750,000 users. Scott Payment, supporting organisations across the public sector to make faster, safer payments, and the launch this summer of the Scottish Government's MyGov app, allowing people in Scotland to access a range of public services from the convenience of their device. And I'll give way to Andrew Baxter.
Andrew Baxter.
Thanks to the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. I'm glad that you got on to talk about prevention, as that's a central tenet of the Christie Commission. And I listened to the Cabinet Secretary this morning on Radio Scotland, and he mentioned prevention several times. but I didn't hear any detail about what he thought that actually meant, particularly since the Christie Commission was published. We've seen a cut in preventative services, particularly in rural healthcare, and I'd be interested to see and hear how he plans to reverse that.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I'm going to come on and talk about that through the course of my remarks, but briefly, obviously prevention is one of the 4 core principles of Christie. When we published the strategy, the reform strategy last year, we also published alongside that an extensive document outlining all the preventative innovations that have been implemented over that period, and there are many of them, and there's an extensive piece of work that backs that up, showing how the numbers stack up in terms of the investment and the return on that. And as we take forward the budget process for 27-28, we'll be implementing a process of tagging spend, so we actually know for the first time what is classed as in prevention and at what level that prevention is, and then what impact that is having. Presiding Officer, despite the progress we've made, we have not delivered. We recognise the scale and pace of reform required. The public service reform strategy identified the systemic barriers we face. Siloed organisations, budget that supports structures but aren't always aligned to services, and culture that can be slow to change. And it sets out the actions we are taking to tackle those barriers, including setting our expectations very clearly of public service leaders to focus on system, not silo, and to empower staff, service users and communities, reforming the National Performance Framework, changing our budget processes so funds flow to where they make the biggest impact and don't get stuck in silos, and ensuring the workforce and communities are part of the reform process, not having reform done to them. Public service reform is about the future of public services in Scotland, how we design them, deliver them and ensure they meet the needs of the people we serve. And this is about driving integration, simplification and collaboration. And that means we must be open to change, changing how our system fits together, where decisions are made, how investment takes place to deliver for people. And we will lay out our plans for public service renewal and the bill that follows in our first 100 days. We know the pressures facing public services: demographic change, rising demand, fiscal constraint, global uncertainty, increasing complexity of need and increasing expectations from the public we serve. In last year's MTFS, we published our assessment of the scale of the fiscal challenge over the next 5 years, and also in the Fiscal Sustainability Delivery Plan, the actions we are taking to close that deficit. Nevertheless, without reform, those pressures will outstrip the resources available, so the choice is clear. We either change how we deliver services or risk being unable to sustain them, and that is a risk this government is not willing to accept. Public service reform is not just about the services of today, it's about stewardship and protecting public services for generations to come. We have to prevent problems before they start, not just respond when they reach crisis point. Poverty, poor health, inequality are not inevitable. They are challenges we can address earlier and more effectively, and when we do so, the benefits are profound. Better outcomes for people, stronger communities and reduced long-term pressure on services. That is why we are committed to focusing on prevention and expanding early intervention, because prevention is not just the right thing to do to improve lives, it is essential for long-term sustainability. Sure.
Of course, the Christie Commission was established in 2011. We're talking about prevention, that was mentioned then. We're talking about joined-up working, that was mentioned then. What is going to be different this time?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I don't know if the member came in late to the debate, but should have heard the first part of my speech. I listed a whole page of things that we've delivered on the back of the Christie work, but we also do recognise there is more that we need to do to take this work forward, and that is the whole point of this public service reform strategy. Presiding Officer, of the 4 Christie principles: empowerment, prevention, integration and efficiency, this debate rightly focuses on the one I believe underpins all the others, that of empowerment. Individuals shouldn't have to navigate a maze of disconnected services in order to access the support they need. Too often people, particularly those facing the greatest disadvantage, have to tell their story multiple times, undergo repeated assessments and deal with fragmented support. That is not good for people and it's not good for the system. This is unnecessary duplication, stress and waste. Services must organise around the person and their family to understand what is important to them. And our commitment to whole family support is a great example of place-based, person-centred change in action. It's about how we deliver public services to ensure families get the right support at the right time and the right place for as long as they need it, joining up different parts of the system to focus on efficient and effective preventative support for service users. We know that when services are designed this way, we achieve better outcomes and better value for every pound we spend. But achieving that requires significant change at both local and national level, moving away from one-size-fits-all approaches, siloed and crisis-driven responses, towards the design and delivery of support for individuals and families that is more flexible, person-centred and preventative. With regards to empowerment of communities, I recognise the hugely important role of development trusts, social enterprises, supported business and the voluntary sector in the delivery of services at a community level. And that's why we talk about public service reform and not just about public sector reform. Empowerment of communities is absolutely critical to public service reform.
Willie Rennie.
I agree with all of that. It does sound like the Minister's trying to run the whole of government by himself. Can he give us an idea about how he's going to prioritise? Because otherwise I think he's going to get lost.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, the members, thanks for his comments. Rest assured, I've got all of my cabinet colleagues are 100% on board with this, and the First Minister's got his weight behind this very important agenda. Because we've got the strategy, and the strategy lays out everything that needs to be done across 18 work streams. And people said at the start, why is there so as many as 18? Precisely for the reason that Mr Rainey identifies. There is an awful lot of work to be done here across a very broad front, but that is laid out with more than 80 actions, and we're moving forward on all of those fronts, because it's all important that they come together as we take the agenda forward. So empowerment of communities is absolutely critical to this agenda. Communities coming together to address the unique needs and challenges of their local area, and working hand in hand with the public sector and bringing new ideas and fresh thinking about how to deliver better services and improving people's lives. Communities taking ownership and stewardship of lands and buildings thanks to the legislation from this government. Communities being partners in how services are designed and making sure they're focused on what's important to people locally. And our Democracy Matters work has shown us a real appetite for people to have more control and influence over how services are designed and, importantly, how money is spent. And service delivery must also adapt to meet the unique needs of rural, island and, of course, urban areas. And our single authority model, working with island communities, is leading the way on how integration of services locally can improve service delivery. And by empowering communities further, we will build capacity in all of our towns, villages and neighbourhoods to do more, making public services more agile, responsive and accountable to the people they serve. Public service reform is also very importantly about unlocking improvements and empowering staff who work in our services and who know them best to come forward with ideas to make services better and their work more fulfilling. Let me be clear, a culture that doesn't empower staff and leaders who do not see this as central to their role must change. And organisations that are excessively hierarchical with multiple layers of management, stifling innovation, needs to change. And we work very closely with our trade union partners to deliver this change. Presiding Officer, no one who uses public services or who works in them would say that they are as streamlined or as seamless as they should be. Everyone can identify waste in the system. That is why efficiency is a core part of public service reform. Tackling duplication, sharing services across organisation, making better use of data, digital tools and our public estate, and being honest about where we can improve. That's why we've set ambitious targets. Every pound saved from doing things better is a pound we can invest in care, education and communities. This is not something government can do alone. Partnership is required with public bodies, local government, trade unions, businesses and communities, and indeed across parties in this chamber. And everyone today will want to provide excellent public services. Every party recognises the need for change, although, to be fair, some have articulated it in their amendments more coherently than others. And this Parliament can come together to deliver the change that is needed. And I'm more than happy to work with colleagues that are here today to make this possible. So I'd invite you to work with me, give me your positive ideas, and let us ensure public services continue to meet the expectations and needs of the people of Scotland. And I move the motion in my name. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
I call on Michael Marra to speak to and move Amendment 309.3 up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to move the amendment in my name because it sets out very clearly, as we did in the election campaign just a few short weeks ago, that Labour believes our public services are in need of widespread root and branch reform. And we believe that the shape of the Scottish state needs to adapt to the reality of three accelerating major trends that our citizens are living every day: demographic change, technological change and climate change. And where change led by this government meets the core principles that we have laid out in this amendment today, we will work constructively with the government to deliver on them. But I have to say that at the outset, the SNP's £4.7 billion fiscal gap will loom large in this discussion today in two significant ways. And I would say to the Minister, just as he did mention in closing there, that every pound saved is about reinvestment in other purposes. I'm not sure I entirely agree, Minister. Most pounds being saved are about closing the £4.7 billion gap between the spending plans of this government and actually what the government can afford to actually spend. That is the spending trajectory that he has set, along with his colleagues, and the amount of money identified by the Scottish Fiscal Commission. And it has led us to 3 emergency budgets in the last 4 years from this government. And the SNP are late converts to the need for reform, and it's principally on that basis. But I would say that that gap being the animating principle for the programme is a dangerous place to start, because it can lead to the wrong decisions driven by greatest short-term savings rather than long-term efficiency or a vision for where the state might go. What we do require, I believe, in this debate is a sense of destination. What is the government's vision of a modernised Scottish state for the third quarter of the 21st century? I've never heard it, let alone seen it described. If the Minister wants to give me it, I'd gladly hear it right now.
Cabinet Secretary.
And Michael Marra talks about fiscal sustainability being the driver. That, of course, is an aspect, but to be very clear, the driver, as I've articulated in my opening remarks, is around about delivering excellent joined-up public services that are preventative in nature and empower staff, communities and service users to help to deliver those.
Michael Marra.
I would say two things to that. I'd be a little bit more believing of the Minister's views, and I'm sure he is a keen advocate for this. But we have gone for 20 years now without the SNP substantially reforming the public sector in Scotland. There have been some reforms, but it clearly has not met the trends that are required and the scale of transformation. I'll come back to that. But it would also result, I'm afraid, in a management consultancy strategy that is very likely to gain the buy-in of the public if we don't have that idea about what it's going. Because all we had there was really some adjectives about what it could look like, rather than actually a description of the shape of the kind of services that we absolutely require. And if I can give the example of health service reform, the recent division into 2 boards across Scotland, of East and West, has been done without any real explanation as to why that has been put in place. And I have to say it came as a huge surprise to leaders in our NHS across Scotland, and was also imposed without any form of consultation on the trade unions. So not meeting fair work principles from the outset. I think it's a good example of how not to do this. Or whether there's a case to do it or not is not the question, but the process that the Minister is setting out in the strategy and his speech today has not been followed on that basis, and we would be concerned about it. And I would say to the Minister the empowerment of citizens, I fundamentally believe, and he knows that, I've told him that actually my vision of a future Scottish state is very much where citizens are empowered, where they own their data, where they have control of it and they understand what's happening. But that does require a broader vision of the technological implementation of that, and I find it lacking in the strategy. And Willie Rennie is also right to talk about prioritisation. It's really difficult for Parliament and the public to see where any of this is working if we don't understand what success would actually look like. Tell us what a service will look like. Tell us that a service will cease to exist. Tell us something specific so that we can hang our hats and understand whether the government is making the progress, rather than just around the fiscal savings, which I think are at the heart of this question. Because change itself is, of course, not cost-free. And it's precisely why, when the UK Labour government was elected in 2024, I met with the then Cabinet Secretary for Finance and said that this was the moment, a moment of significant increase in public investment. This was the opportunity for rapid change. In fact, it was a unique opportunity. She looked at me like I had walked out of a spaceship. The very idea that rather than getting out of the lift to the ministerial corridor, this was a completely alien concept to to the SNP. And that's because for 20 years they were elected in 2007 on the basis of no reform, and they have pursued that throughout. So there's much more that we could say about all of this agenda, Presiding Officer. It's a huge challenge. The preventative nature, I absolutely agree with. Delayed discharge has cost this country billions of pounds, but it's because there was no reform to health and social care when it was clearly needed on the basis of demographic trends under this government. I've closed, Presiding Officer, in the two practical things that we've asked for in our amendment today: a timetable for reduction in public bodies. After 5 years, I still trip up every week over new ones, which I have no idea what they actually do. And we were also looking for an understanding of the displacement effect of the withdrawal of public capacity in our third sector. I think it's vital that we have that explained by government. These are practical things the government could be doing right now in setting this framework on better footing. I look forward to the other contributions in the debate today.
I call on Malcolm Offord to speak to and move Amendment 309.4.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I am pleased to move the motion in my name on the order paper. And I would start by congratulating Ivan McKee on his appointment. This role could actually be the most interesting in the Parliament in the next 5 years, and if he delivers it to the targets and beyond, he can make a significant contribution to the welfare of Scotland. Public sector reform is the subject. The clue is in the name. Reform UK absolutely believes in reform in every area of public life. And we'd start by looking at the actual headline numbers that has been running in Scotland since devolution began. We've just had the 25th anniversary of devolution. It's always a good time to review what's happened, the good, the bad and the ugly. And if you look at the total spending for Scotland across Westminster and Holyrood, in the year 2025, that was £117 billion. Now, £72 billion of that is spent in Holyrood, so Holyrood controls 60% of the total budget for Scotland, £117 billion. But if you look at that in 1999, that figure was £35 billion, which means that over 25 years, we've had compound annual growth of 5% per annum, 5% growth in spending in Scotland. By any measure, that cannot be described as austerity. That is year-on-year growth of 5%, effectively organic growth in the spend in Scotland. So the issue is not the amount of money, but how we spend the money, what the choices being made around that £117 billion, and particularly the £72 billion spent here in Holyrood. Now, it's worth taking some comparisons.
Willie Rennie.
It's interesting what he says. From his extensive experience as a Conservative Minister in the UK Government, what can he teach the Chamber here about reform of public services across the UK, and particularly within his portfolio?
Malcolm Offord.
Thank you, Willie Rennie. I'm going to be delighted to cover that, because that's some of the insights I was able to glean when a Minister in the UK Government. It's part of the reason why I left the Conservative Party, for that very reason. And I'll come to that directly. If you look at the £117 billion spent in Scotland, that's 55% of GDP. Now, in the UK, total spending is 44, going to 45% of GDP. So Scotland's spending considerably more per capita than England. And the exam question is, are we getting better public services? Are our schools better? Are our hospitals better? Are our roads better? Is our policing better? And in fact, if you look at New Zealand, same population as Scotland, 5.5 million, they spend 42% of GDP versus our 55%, and yet their GDP per capita is 10% higher. So what that tells me is that this is not about money. It's not been a shortage of money. What's been a shortage of value for money for the taxpayer. And that is where Ivan McKee can intervene and perhaps direct
Cabinet Secretary.
And New Zealand example is instructive, and of course the big difference is that as a country of 5 million people, New Zealand is a normal independent country and doesn't have many tens of billions of notional spend allocated to its accounts that's spent actually in Whitehall.
Malcolm Offord.
And of course the response to that is that Scotland does spend £117 billion but raises £87 billion in taxes, so there's a £30 billion structural deficit paid for by the UK Treasury. So you can take that comparison either which way. What I would suggest to the Minister is that what is outlined in terms of AI, digital, etc. improvement, I would consider that ordinary course of business. That is how any department should be running. It should be running to maximise its efficiency on any budget. That should not be considered groundbreaking or revolutionary. What I would encourage him to do is begin to start immediately and look at where we're wasting money, where there's duplication of money, where we're not getting value for money. And I'll give 3 quick examples of that. As referred to by the member Michael Marra, we've got the Quangos, obviously 132 of those, spending £6 billion. We can talk about the money all day long, but what's interesting is the democratic deficit of how the country is run, with ministers not being able to control spending because it's now at arm's length. And I saw this firsthand, to come to Willie Rennie's point, when I was Minister in DBT, and I was given the brief of trying to deal with the compensation for the post office workers. And what I saw over the last 20 years, when I unravelled it, was a complete disconnect in the lines of authority between ministers and an arm's-length body that behaved on its own account and did its own thing. And the result of that was the postmistresses and masters could not get accountability. And there was actually no point in firing the Minister, Ed Davey, because I wasn't in control of it in the first place. So quite apart from the money, can we please bring the services back in to control under Ivan McKee so you can actually say value for money. When he pulls a lever, you can see where the money comes from. Secondly, in energy, we know that energy is a devolved matter to Westminster. So why is it that this government spends £5 billion on net zero? And again, you cannot find that line. You cannot push a button in the public accounts of Scotland and get that number spitting out at you. You've got to do quite a lot of work, to go through quite a lot of places. But what you will find is that in the current 26-27 financial year, the Scottish budget commits over £5 billion, described as record investment, to climate action and net zero measures. In the context of a £72 billion budget, that's approaching 8%. I would direct him in that direction as well. And the third area I'd direct him to is in the area of welfare. That and we all in this chamber believe in the welfare state to help those as a safety net as they move through life, and particularly we need to do a lot more to help people who have fallen out of the way of work to get back into work. I want to hear a lot more about that, about the effort we put into helping our colleagues and fellow citizens back into work. But the issue with welfare is, if you look at the last 10 years, the choices made by the SNP government, particularly under Nicola Sturgeon government, where she created a welfare economy, was that the biggest spending department in this chamber was 15% to welfare versus 3% to education. And that welfare budget is out of control and heading towards having 1 million Scots of working age not working. That is a national disaster for all of us. So that would be the third area that I'd point to Ivan McKee. At the end of the day, the Minister, Ivan McKee, has been in business. And that is a good thing. We need more people in business in this chamber. He will know that any business can save 5% of its costs without directly impacting its top line. 5% of 72 billion is £3.5 billion. That goes a long way to fixing his budget, and he will be commended by the Scottish people for that. So with that, I commend this motion. Thank you.
I now call on Lorna Slater to speak to and move Amendment 309.2.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move the amendment in my name. Reform of public services means making sure our public services are sustainable long-term. It also means making sure that they are delivering what we need them to, including healthcare free at the point of need. Poverty is expensive. Not only is so much human potential lost when children grow up in poverty, lacking the opportunity to thrive, but health outcomes are worse and social structures are more fragile. We all then have to pay the costs to repair that damage. And while I'm sceptical about the focus on AI in the government's reform strategy, I do support the Cabinet Secretary's emphasis on prevention. Preventing children from growing up in poverty will alleviate much of the strain on our public services down the line. Simple things like ensuring our children have enough healthy food to eat while they're growing up lessens the strain on the NHS in the future. I absolutely do not support Labour's approach, which they have set out in their amendment, that a list should be created of all public bodies and that someone, possibly the Cabinet Secretary, should look down that with a black marker and cross out organisations to satisfy Scottish Labour's desire to make cuts. The Scottish Greens believe that reform in our public services should be worker-led. Reforms should be designed by the frontline workers who deliver the services, by the communities who depend on them, not by someone sitting in St Andrew's House with a whiteboard and a black marker pen. The Scottish Greens believe that public services should be under public ownership and should not be run for profit. We would bring more of Scotland's buses back under public control, and we would support publicly owned ports as key economic drivers of the energy transition to develop local supply chains, bring oil and gas workers into new opportunities, and diversify our marine economy. There is a larger conversation to be had about what are the responsibilities of the public and private sectors. For too long, private companies generate profits while polluting our environment. Pollution and litter that our councils and other public bodies have to clean up at the public expense. Industries should pay to clean up after themselves. The polluter pays. If the public purse is stretched, that's the first place we should look for money, whether it is through taxation of polluters or extended producer responsibility schemes like the deposit return scheme. We can no longer afford to subsidise polluters. This also goes for carbon emissions. The Scottish Government, through tree planting, peatland restoration and carbon capture schemes, is spending and will spend a lot of money trying desperately to pull carbon out of our atmosphere. It would be much cheaper to prevent those emissions in the first place by removing the direct and indirect subsidies for producing them. Of course, we'd know more about who is receiving public subsidies and what they're doing with them if we had a complete land registry. It is urgent that Scotland's land register be completed and that a comprehensive and publicly accessible online map be created. And I'd be very interested to hear in the Cabinet Secretary's view on the importance of this. The Scottish Greens believe that public money can be more effective if conditions are attached to it. We would make Fair Work First conditions mandatory for public procurement, grants and economic development funding, ensuring that no company in receipt of public money uses exploitative practices like fire and rehire or zero-hours contracts. The Scottish Greens believe that public bodies should have clear duties to protect the environment, build resilience to climate change and uphold human rights. Reform to the public sector must embed these duties throughout. In the last term of Parliament, I was part of the cross-party SPCB-supported body's Landscape Review Committee, and I would like to highlight for the Cabinet Secretary two of the recommendations of that work. While the committee was tasked with reviewing the SPCB-supported landscape only, this small fraction of the public sector should not be seen in isolation of the wider public sector. The evidence is clear that many of the measures we are recommending in this report could also be applied more widely. In particular, while we welcome the Scottish Government's public service reform programme, we were surprised to learn about a lack of understanding of the functions and potential overlaps and duplication among the public bodies it funds. We therefore recommend that the Scottish Government urgently undertakes a strategic mapping exercise to identify the functions of all Scottish public bodies and where they overlap, to inform decisions on future size, structure and coherence across the public sector. Certainly.
It strikes me that this is precisely what we're describing in our amendment, that actually we understand the shape of those public bodies and we decide where there's duplication and we stop doing some of them. I mean, if your committee sat and said it was a good idea, will you vote for the amendment?
Lorna Slater.
Your amendment specifically says about cutting public bodies, not about making sure their remits don't overlap. That would be changing the remits of the public bodies. Now, it may be that in the course of consultation and with workers, there may be decisions made to change the number of public bodies. But for Labour to come in right off the bat with let's cut some before we've even asked questions, before we've even done the mapping exercise, seems to me to be putting the cart before the horse and is hardly the worker-led reform that we're after here. But finally, Presiding Officer, as with so many aspects of governing in Scotland, we can only do so much because of the limitations of the devolution settlement. We can try to implement matters like the polluter pay, but we can be vetoed by the Internal Market Act. We can try to do things differently on taxation or benefits to increase revenue or improve outcomes, but we will always be trying to fight poverty and climate change with one arm tied behind our back. It is clear to the Scottish Greens that public sector reform must be accompanied by a greater devolution of powers to Scotland. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call Murdo Fraser, who is joining us online.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I should explain, due to a family issue, I'm having to contribute remotely today, otherwise I would be in the chamber. And can I start by welcoming again Ivan McKee to his new role as Cabinet Secretary for Public Service Reform. I know he's very keen to dispel the notion that he's here as an axeman to make cuts to public services, or even Ivan the Terrible, as my colleague Megan Gallagher suggested some weeks ago. But I think we do need some clarity from the Scottish Government as to what public service reform actually means. When in debate last week, I challenged the Scottish Government on how they would address the looming £5 billion black hole in the public finances. The Cabinet Secretary's response to me was that it would be public service reform. But in other interviews, he's made it clear that public service reform is not about making cuts. Now, both these statements cannot be true at the same time. And that's why we need some clarity on what exactly reform is intended to deliver and how that £5 billion black hole will be filled. And yes, I'll give way to the Cabinet Secretary.
Ivan McKee.
Yeah, I know I've been through this a number of times with Mr Fraser, but we'll go back through it again for his benefit. First of all, in terms of what he calls the black hole, that is a projected gap based on projecting past spending patterns into the future. And as he well knows, the Scottish Spending Review published last year identified over that 5-year period how in each of those years the Scottish Government would close that gap, as it's called, to make sure that income balanced expenditure. So that's already been laid out. In regards to public service reform, we need to understand the difference between cuts to services, i.e. delivering reduced or less services, and being more efficient while delivering the same or better services. And this is about taking waste out of the system, which I'm sure he'll agree exists, in order to make those services more efficient.
Well, I thank him for that response. We'll come on to waste in a moment. I've got some suggestions to make, but I would just refer him to today's Accounts Commission report on local government, which highlights the scale of the cuts the Scottish Government has passed down to councils over the last 19 years they've been in power. And I hope that's not a model that the government intends to follow. And we can't ignore the fact, looking at this whole agenda, that the SNP have been in power now for almost 2 decades. So they've had 19 years to start addressing this issue. And as my colleague Megan Gallagher reminded the Chamber just a few moments ago, the Christie Commission reported on this in 2011, 15 years ago, 15 years on, and we're still hearing about the need to make progress on the same themes of prevention, joined-up services and efficiency, but little progress has been made. So the government can talk a good game on this, but it needs to start actually delivering. And the SNP have promised before to shrink the state, but it has grown bigger and more expensive. In June 2025, the then Finance Secretary, Shona Robson, set a target to reduce public sector workforce by 0.5% a year, but by the fourth quarter of 2025, the headcount was higher than it had been the year previously, at 601,600. And she'd already pledged to reduce the public sector workforce in 2023, but it has continuously increased. And the devolved civil service alone has grown by almost 60% since just 2018-19. So what should the Scottish Government do? In the spirit of being helpful, let me give the Cabinet Secretary some practical suggestions as to the way forward. Firstly, I think, and this is in line with the comments made by Michael Marra and others, there needs to be a comprehensive assessment of the number of public bodies in Scotland and whether there is any duplication or room for rationalisation. Even the Information Commissioner has said he is astonished at the number of public bodies there are in Scotland and keeps finding new ones he didn't know about. And each one of these independent bodies, whatever the value of the work they do, each one needs to have its own board, its own chief executive, its own finance director, its own human resources, its functions, its own audit and its own reporting. In the field of economy alone, when we produced our manifesto just a few weeks ago, we identified there were over 100 different organisations offering business advice. So we need to see a simplification and rationalisation of the landscape, and considerable savings could be made if we went down that route. Secondly, the Scottish Government needs to reconsider its policy on no compulsory redundancies. Because relying solely on voluntary severance can mean the public sector can be left employing people whose jobs have effectively disappeared and cannot be redeployed elsewhere into valuable roles. Thirdly, we need to look at the whole public sector estate and whether there can be much better sharing of resources. Now, we want to see more public servants back in the office working on a hybrid model, rather than the default being just working from home. But even with that, we have substantial buildings sitting underutilised, and we could see significant rationalisation and cost saving through sharing. And that sharing shouldn't just be at a Scottish Government level, it could also be with local authorities or indeed UK government bodies and agencies, and we could start with international offices, for example. I'll happily give way again if I get the time
I'm afraid, Cabinet Secretary, I'm afraid Mr Fraser's in his last minute or so, if you don't mind. No.
Okay, well, perhaps the Cabinet Secretary can respond in the wind-up. I'll cover a couple of points quickly. Fourthly, focus on frontline services. You know, cut out. Do we really need to have an army of diversity, equality, and inclusion managers in every organisation? And fifthly, end this practice of funding supposed arm's-length charities through government. These so-called charities that almost entirely depend upon government funding for support and use that money then to lobby the government for policy change. I'm thinking, for example, of the Equality Network as a very good example. People want to lobby the government, do it at their own money, not at taxpayers' expense. So, Presiding Officer, we want to see...
You must wind up, Mr Fraser.
We want to see that black hole in the public finances closed. It needs to close. We need to hear the meat from the government as to what public services reform means. That's the point made in our amendment today, and I'm very pleased to move it.
Thank you. I now call David Green to move and speak to Amendment 309.1.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I begin, of course, by welcoming the Cabinet Secretary to his new role and wishing him well. As we have already heard, Mr McGee has been handed what may become the defining task of this government, and that is tackling the £5 billion black hole in Scotland's finances. And as Murdo Fraser has just said, while the Cabinet Secretary insists that his role is not about cutting frontline services, time will certainly tell. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is often said that voters are never wrong, and as my colleague Willie Rennie said in his opening remarks at this session, between the low turnout and a rejection of some of the established parties, it's clear that people are pretty fed up. They are working hard, they are playing by the rules, yet things are simply not getting any better. So we are in an urgent need for a change in approach. And Liberal Democrats are therefore encouraged by some of the First Minister's comments at the Prospers annual forum last week. He is right to say that our planning system is broken and it needs to work better. He is also right to say that we need to change how public services are delivered, starting from the needs of the citizen, the business and the community. But I have to say, I'm going to warn the Cabinet Secretary that he does face an uphill struggle to rebuild public confidence, particularly in rural Scotland. I agreed with what Michael Marra had to say, that we need to recognise there's been almost 20 years of an SNP government, and some contrition about what hasn't gone right or what hasn't been reformed would have been welcome. And I have to say, too often when it comes to reform under this SNP government, it's often been code for ever greater centralisation. So take the centralisation of the police, which led to the closure of the Inverness control room and the loss of local operators with a detailed knowledge of our communities. The one-size-fits-all approach within Scottish Fire and Rescue that has left stations in North West Sutherland in effect unavailable for years, or the long-term trend of concentrating specialist healthcare in the Highlands, an overstretched Raigmore Hospital, or worse, losing services altogether, not least vascular care, an issue that I know Edward Mountain from the Conservative Party raised in the last session. As I said in my first speech to this chamber last week, Liberal Democrats believe that the best decisions are made when local people are empowered to make them. I therefore welcome the intent shown in the Empowering People, Places and Communities workstream. However, I urge the Scottish Government to go further and give my constituents greater reassurances by using its Rural Renewals Bill to put rural proofing into law. Turning to the Cabinet Secretary's commitment to make public services more efficient, I will use my time, or what I have left of my time, to focus on one key area, which is social care and delayed discharge. It is quite astonishing that our NHS is losing £1.2 million a day because on any given night, around 2,000 patients are stuck in hospital. These are people who should be cared for in their community at a simple fraction of the cost. So if we are serious about tackling delayed discharge and reducing pressure on the NHS, the Scottish Government must deliver on its commitment to join up services. So in the Highlands, Highland Hospice and the End of Life Care Together partnership is a great example. Between May 23, and I see Jenny Minto nodding, between May 23 and September 24, people who accessed their helpline spent more than 4,000 fewer days in hospital, generating savings of up to 3.8 million. So with investment of around £1 million a year, Highland Hospice estimates it could deliver that service right across the Highlands. That's a compassionate choice. It would reduce delayed discharge, it would save money, which I know the Cabinet Secretary is looking to do, and ensure more people receive the care that they want, where they want it, which is at home. So in closing, I commit the Liberal Democrats to holding this government to account and work constructively where common ground can be found. But we must be guided by the principle of empowering local communities, not a one-size-fits-all approach, and therefore I move the amendment in my name.
We now move to the open debate, and I call Alan Smith to be followed by Don Black. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I would congratulate Ivan McKee, who I'm going to call Super Ivan, given the scale of what his task is actually going to be on his speech and the vision that he set out today. And I think, speaking to colleagues and listening to colleagues from across the chamber, I am struck that there is a lot of common ground here, and I really do think we need to explore that. I'm also struck that talk of black holes and gaps, and the SNP's failed to do this for 300 years, misses the point and misses the opportunity. The black hole is predicted, if nothing else changes, things are going to change. We're all agreed on that. Equally, we miss the opportunity that we have an opportunity to redesign the state. That is a significant opportunity for all of your parties individually, and I would say to you, the SNP is going to do this. Come and be part of it. There are things that we can work upon. I've read the manifestos of the other parties. All of us in this chamber stood on a platform of change of one sort or another. We all know that what we're doing needs to change, and that is a huge opportunity to redesign the state, to take a fresh sheet of paper. What services do we need? What structures will best deliver them? Empower citizens and staff, crucially, empower staff to decide what those services should be and design the structures that will best deliver them. And everything is on the table. Everything has to be on the table. And it's not about filling a gap or reducing the headcount. That misses the opportunity. It's about doing things more effectively, more efficiently, and delivering better services for the people we all serve. Identifying the need, designing the service. I personally am deeply agnostic on how we deliver those services and what structure is necessitated. I'm game for changing everything, be that state, third sector or private. And the point about the SNP could have done this, yes, it could have done this. But you know what? I'll take that criticism. I will accept that criticism. Often things couldn't be changed because there wasn't support in this chamber to do it. But you know what? We can talk about 19 years of failure, as some people would say, or we can accept that the elections happened, the SNP was massively endorsed by the people of Scotland, and we've all got a job to do, and we've got common ground to do it. So how about we raise our game and think about the future? I will take that criticism, but there is a lot that we can do together. So I would say to the other parties, this is an opportunity. Michael, please.
Michael Marra.
I appreciate the member giving way. I would point gently to the fact that his party had an outright majority in the Parliament for one of those parliamentary terms. So not having the numbers isn't a foolproof excuse. And he will find common ground, I think, across the different areas. I suppose my note of caution to the member would be that if we set the closing of that fiscal gap at the front end, we could come to the wrong decisions. Would that not be the case?
Alan Smith.
I'd agree with that. And this is my point about a fresh sheet of paper. There is an opportunity to do this. The First Minister is behind this. We have a Minister who's a Cabinet Secretary who's empowered to do this. And we know it needs to be done. So let's do it. We won't agree on everything, we can't agree on everything, but there are things that we will agree on, the need for change. Let's see about pushing that through. So if we're looking for ideas, then I would commend the Enlightened Manifesto to the Chamber. It's got a number of excellent ideas in it. I don't endorse them all, the whips will be glad to hear, but I do think there is a good job of work there with some fresh ideas to actually take forward, and it's a challenging read for all of us, because if we're willing to actually think new thoughts, let's do it. But while we're at it, let's think about some difficult questions, and to demonstrate just how keen I am not to administer the status quo. Forgive me, Murdo Fraser, I need to make some progress. While we're thinking about not changing the status quo, I was not elected, I did not come into Scottish politics to administer stuff. I came into Scottish politics to change the face of Scotland because I didn't think Scotland was working as well as it could. Now, I believe independence is a big part of that change. Others don't. Fine. But if we can agree that change is necessary, let's get on with it. So some questions of my own. We have local government in Scotland that's neither local nor government. Much of its money is spent before it gets there. Hard-working councillors up and down the country of all parties are trying to do their best, but they're operating with their hands tied and they're not responsible for their budget. The Forth Valley local authorities are working very hard together, Stirling, Clacks Falkirk, but we need an honest discussion about what local government is for. Our planning system is frankly not fit for purpose. It is holding us back. It is slowing down development. We need to accelerate it. Health boards. Why do we have so many? What value is actually being added here? Is it more effective? I think we can restructure that. We also don't have a National Health Service. We have a National Illness and Accident Service. Surely we need to be getting to preventative spend to make people live healthier lifetimes. We have integration joint boards that are struggling right now, and they're going to struggle even more into the future. On schools, why are stretched local authorities operating schools? Surely a national framework with greater local accountability for head teachers, running the primary schools and better connected with colleges for lifelong learning would give better skills as the world changes around us. We have got a huge task underway, colleagues. Think about it and it makes your head spin. But it's a challenge for all of us that we all share. And if we all accept that we need to work on this, let's do that. And let's not think about what hasn't been done, but let's think about what we're going to do. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. We have a number of first speeches in this session, so I'm going to remind people that the convention is not to intervene on a first speech. And I call Don Black to make their first speech.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I refer to my register of interest that I'm also a councillor at Aberdeenshire Council. And it is an absolute pleasure to be here in this chamber representing the people of Angus North and Mearns, and I thank the hard-working activists that did so much in the campaign to ensure my election and to those that placed their trust in me. And I also pay tribute to my predecessor, Marra Goujon, who represented this constituency for 10 years, as well as serving as Minister for Public Health and Sport and latterly as Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs, Land Reform and Islands. From steering through historic land reform legislation to leading significant agricultural reform, Marra demonstrated the power of kindness and respect in politics, while always striving to build consensus across the chamber. She brought an incredible energy to her roles, and I can only hope to match it. And as many of my colleagues have done in their first speeches, I am claiming the best constituency in Scotland, a constituency that has a little bit of everything, from incredible beaches and historic fishing harbours, to market towns, an industrial port, a small city, beautiful glens and a Monroe. I moved to Stonehaven in the north of the area, aged 13, when my family circumstances and my father's job brought him to work in Aberdeen as part of the oil boom in the mid-1980s. It is in my soul, and despite having spent some time away living overseas, it is and always will be home. At its most northerly point stands the iconic Dunnottar Castle and the historic Stonehaven, Oultoun and Harbour. Then we have the How of the Mearns, home of one of Scotland's most famous and loved writers, Lewis Grassic Gibbon, whose love of the land, the earth and the communities that worked it so evocatively depicted in the Doric of Sunset Song and the other books of the Scots Quair. The rich agricultural heritage of the Mearns that he depicts and of Strathmore lives on and is vital for our country's food security. We have the Angus Glens of Glenesk, Lee, Lethnot and Ogill, each stunning in their own right, leading up to the Cairngorms National Park, including the easternmost Monroe, Mount Keene. We have the small city of Brecon, rich in medieval heritage and the birthplace of Sir Robert Watson Watt, inventor of radar. Just down the road, we have Forfar, home of the delicious Forfar Bridie, historically a major manufacturing hub and linen and jute, and Ramsey Ladders. On the coastal southernmost point, we have Montrose, with its working port so vital for offshore support in both the oil and gas industry, and now with the emerging renewables and offshore wind maintenance and support operations, plus the impressive Montrose Basin, the largest inland saltwater basin in the UK, attracting over 100,000 migratory birds each year. All these places are beautiful and quintessentially characteristic of the northeast of Scotland, from the North Sea to the mountains of the Cairngorms. But it's the people and the communities that make them extra special. Communities that are proud and passionate about their places. Communities that I have been proud to represent as a community activist through my local business association and community council, to becoming a councillor in Aberdeenshire Council, and now here in this place. And to the essence of this debate, Presiding Officer. In the face of rising demand for public services and public finance pressures, there must be more partnership working. Currently, there is far too much duplication and more needs to be done to share services and a willingness to work more collaboratively and efficiently, to work smarter. It has to be acknowledged that people working and volunteering within communities and the third sector are experts in their fields, but all too often they're marginalised or ignored by public authorities. Far more respect is needed of their contributions to local life and local services, often from places of lived experience and concentrating on early intervention and prevention, without which many of these vital community services would quite frankly collapse. And we need to also recognise that, rightly or wrongly, a pound in the hands of the third sector goes much further than when spent by either the government or the local authority. And what is vital to understand is that a one-size-fits-all approach just does not work. Every place has its own needs, its own foibles and quirks, and these need to be taken account of as we make decisions in legislation, in guidance and in delivery. Place has to be taken account of and be respected. For this to happen, culture needs to change. It is absolutely necessary to ensure that there is buy-in at all levels of government and local authority delivery by breaking free of entrenched ways of working, with those staff and volunteers working at the coalface being listened to. And I also ask the question, are our local authorities truly local, as has already been mentioned by my colleague Alan Smith, as many are geographically so large that they cannot possibly be? To be frank, the size of many of our local authorities are just too vast. Aberdeenshire, part of which makes up the northern part of my constituency and where I'm councillor, has an area of 2,437 square miles, and that's just the fourth largest in the country. It stretches from Marra in the west, within the Cairngorms National Park, to St Cyrus at its most southern coastal point, and Peterhead, Fraserburgh and Banff on the north coast. And each of these places has vastly different needs. Economies of scale for procurement and management structures may be one justification for such large authorities, but it does not serve local communities well. We cannot expect change in our local government and public services by just tinkering around the edges. We must be bold, be radical in our thinking, and may I suggest, look north to the model set by our Scandinavian neighbours, where local authorities truly are local. Since 1996 in Scotland, we have 32 local authorities, averaging a population size of around 175,000. But, for example, in Finland, there are 308 municipalities with a median of just 6,000 residents. Now that's truly local. While they're overseen by 19 regional councils that handle broader regional planning and development, the municipalities have a much higher degree of autonomy, as well as the power to levy local taxes. And this means that all local decisions are truly local, by people living and working within the space that they impact, kind of similar to what we had before 1996. I'm conscious of time, Presiding Officer, so in conclusion, as we look to transform our public services, we must change the way things are done and work with our communities and empower them to ensure provision of public services that fulfil their needs. Thank you.
I call Joe Long to be followed by Zen Ghani.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Let me note that the register of interest will show that I worked until May the 8th for Scottish Autism, a third sector organisation. As Michael Marra laid out at the beginning of this, Scottish Labour fully recognises the need for public service reform. And since the shape of that reform is still evolving, I offer three thoughts that I think should contribute to the framing of these decisions. Firstly, I hope we can ensure that public service reform is taken with a long-term perspective in mind. There have been some useful contributions from Carnegie UK, who are based here in Scotland, and others to our public debate in recent times about the need for our policy making to look beyond the horizons of a 5-year parliamentary term and consider the needs of future generations. There will, I understand, be pressure for quick wins in public service reform, but as we look to employ new technologies, we require new ways of working, I do hope that we bake in explicit consideration of future generations, whether that be in terms of skills and training we need, the sustainability of the changes we make, and that we acknowledge those kind of technological, environmental and demographic changes that Michael Marra laid out at the beginning of the debate. Having worked in public services for the last 2 decades, we've seen a great deal of piloting new ways of working. We've seen innovative projects that demonstrate how we can do things differently. We've seen cross-sectoral partnerships and collaborations, but all too often we don't see long-term evaluation of the impact, and we don't see the rollout of successful projects, even when we know there's need for systemic change. So we already have multiple evaluations, pilots, proofs of concept that we can draw on across a range of policy areas. So let's not miss this opportunity to implement that learning system-wide for long-term benefit. We don't need to reinvent the wheel when we've tried things that work. Secondly, with that first thought in mind, I welcome the motion's focus on preventative spending. I think we've heard consensus around that around the Chamber today. Like many who've worked in public services, I do lament that 15 years on from the recommendations of the Christie report, we haven't seen that full-scale shift to prevention that so many of us know is needed. People in mental health crisis, young people with additional support needs who struggle to cope in busy classrooms, young people who find themselves on the path to crime or addiction, those with health difficulties that go unchecked until they present at accident and emergency. All of these failures bear a heavy human cost and require a significant resource to address. And I think we're agreed that we won't avert that crisis-driven spend without significant upstream investment. So I look forward to seeing those plans brought forward and in line with the Scottish Government's motion today. Thirdly, I want to appeal for recognition in our planning and our thinking that our public services are not only delivered by the public sector. Next week, we have a separate debate about the role of the third sector, one that I welcome, but it won't help us to think about public and third sector in a siloed way. Scotland relies on the agility of the third sector to fill in gaps where statutory services are not present. And we have to be mindful that if statutory services retreat in any way, that those gaps will get bigger. The third sector provides a significant proportion of our social care services. Not-for-profit service providers innovate, and they provide specialist services on behalf of local authorities and health and social care partnerships across Scotland. And charities and voluntary groups often provide the services that fulfil that preventative function envisaged by the Scottish Government's motion. As many charities grow from particular communities or groups with shared experience, voluntary sector organisations are often well placed to engage people that rely on those services in those processes of user involvement and decision making and planning that are envisaged by the motion. Yet it's third sector services that are all too often commissioned on a short-term basis, with little certainty about contract renewal. This often leaves their employees on more precarious contracts while budgets are settled and with less beneficial pay and conditions than their public sector peers. And it's often the third sector, those preventative services, that are first to be cut when times are tough. Many third sector organisations are in stressful situations right now, financially precarious situations. And there's quite a level of anxiety, I would say, about what public service reform is going to look like. So public service reform will inevitably impact the third sector, so we need to see the Scottish Government's promised third sector partnership firmed up in dialogue with this process of public service reform.
You must wind up now.
So, like consideration of the impact on future generations and the commitment to prevention, I hope we can build in serious consideration of impact on the third sector when we talk about public sector reform. Thank you.
Making their first contribution, I call Zen Ghani to be followed by Jenny Minto.
I'd like to start by declaring an interest as an elected councillor on Glasgow City Council. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Firstly, I congratulate you on your election and also congratulate Ivan McKee on his appointment as Cabinet Secretary for Public Service Reform. It's the greatest honour and privilege of my life to serve the people of Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollok in this chamber. I do not take lightly the trust they have placed in me and will work hard every single day over the next 5 years to deliver the change that they expect. Before I talk about the constituency, I'd like to mention my two predecessors, who both served their constituencies with the dedication that I aspire to follow. Firstly, James Dornan, who so diligently served the people of Cathcart over the last 15 years. I've seen firsthand how he always put constituents first in everything and anything that he did, consistently going above and beyond to secure positive outcomes for the people of Cathcart. And Humza Yousaf, who served the people of Pollok with passion. Not only was he a committed local MSP, but as we all know, he was someone that served this country with dedication in government and his time as First Minister. Many people across Scotland will also remember the dignity and compassion he showed during one of the most difficult periods in his time as First Minister, when members of his own family were trapped in Gaza. The concerns felt across this Parliament and across the country for their safety demonstrated the very best of our shared humanity. I know members will join me in wishing Humza, Nadia and their family all the very best for the future. I think it's fair to say that without people like Humza being elected and breaking the many glass ceilings that he did, that people like me might not be here today. So I'm sure the Chamber will join me in thanking James and Humza for all they have done for their constituencies and wishing them all the best for the future. Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollok is a constituency like no other. It's defined by its diversity, its rich history and above all by communities filled with hope and determination. Home to communities such as Old Pollok, Nitshill, Darnley, Crookston, Ardenne, Newlands, Old House, Polkshaws, Crawfoot, Cathcart, Castlemilk and Carmunnock. It's a constituency rich in civic pride. That spirit is reflected in organisations like Swamp, the Village Storytelling Centre, Home Start South, Burleigh Football Centre, Three Hills Community Supermarket and many more, all of which are vital community resources and make Cathcart and Pollok what it is today. It includes places like Castlemilk, a community that has produced generations of talented footballers who have gone on to represent Scotland on the world stage. Carmunnock, Glasgow's only remaining village, and Nitshill, which has a rich history in coal mining. My constituency also has the two biggest parks in the city, Lynn Park and Pollok Country Park, which is home to Highland cows and the world-famous Burrell Collection. When my grandparents came to Scotland in the 1950s and built their lives first in Stornoway and later in Tarbet on the Isle of Harris, they arrived with little more than hope, hard work and a determination to build a better future for their family. They could never have imagined that one day their grandson would be taking a seat in our national parliament. Their story is not unique. It's a story of so many families across Scotland who worked hard, contributed to their communities and wanted their children and grandchildren to have opportunities that they never had themselves. I'm proud to stand here today because of the sacrifices that they made and the values that they passed on to me. However, this honour would not have been achieved without the hard work of activists who dedicated their time speaking to residents across the constituency. So my thanks go out to every one of you. I'd also like to mention one person in particular who inspired me to first get involved in politics and always challenged my thinking on topics, my former modern studies teacher, Thomas Donnelly. To go from watching FMQs and debates in modern studies in 2018 to now sitting in this chamber is a surreal moment and an opportunity that we'll use every day to deliver the change that people in Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollok and across Scotland expect. We were all elected to serve the people of Scotland and to improve their lives and the services they use. Whether you support independence or support remaining part of the UK, it's clear from the first few weeks of this session that there's more in this chamber that unites us than divides us. That brings me to the debate before us today, reforming our public services and ensuring our constituents get the best services possible in modern-day Scotland. Presiding Officer, the SNP is committed to reforming our public services so they can meet the challenges of the day and the future. We've all seen from events in recent years that the world is moving at a much quicker pace than ever seen before. New technologies and innovative ideas come into force every month across the world, and in order to ensure that our various public bodies can meet the needs of the future, it's vital that we embrace that reform as a united Parliament. Technologies such as AI have the potential to reduce administrative burdens, support our workforce and improve the delivery of public services. By using AI in an effective way, it can help ensure that public services are more responsive, efficient and accessible for the people we serve. To conclude, I know that progress is what many of my constituents want, and I'm sure that's what many members' constituents would want too. So please support the motion and let's ensure that our public services are fit for the future.
I call Jenny Minter to be followed by Gary Booth.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And if I can follow on the theme that Murdo Fraser and Megan Gallagher started and Alan Smith followed on, might I suggest we've got Ivan the Great. Prior to moving to Argyll and Bute, I lived in Glasgow and worked for BBC Scotland. I had the pleasure of using my skills as an accountant to empower people to make programmes as creatively and efficiently as possible and give best value to the audience. I've never made a television or radio programme in my life, but I know that when I had to provide business plans or budgets, the best people to give me the right information to crunch the numbers were the programme makers themselves. I believe I created an atmosphere of collaboration, not competition, between different programme makers. I believe I gained their trust. Therefore, I believe that learning from those on the front line can drive change and make progress. Isla has been my home for the last 15 years. What struck me when I first moved there was the importance that the public sector plays in rural and island communities. You're closer to it. You see the consequences of public sector decision-making. You know the refuse collectors, the teachers live up the road from you, and you bump into the doctor in the co-op. The public sector, carrying out the services we all need, is the beating heart of small communities, and I thank them for their work. I would argue it is these people carrying out these services who know where efficiencies can be achieved. And I agree with the Cabinet Secretary regarding how organisations need to be structured to allow this dialogue. When I served in government, I visited NHS Ayrshire and Arran with the Women's Health Champion, Professor Glazier. There we saw two amazing examples of small teams working together to find ways of integrating disciplines, using new technologies to improve women's health and changing culture. They knew they had no more budget, but they also knew that by utilising the budget differently, they could invest in prevention and improve women's health, exactly what Joe Long was talking about. And I would also like to highlight Hospital at Home, which is very successful within my community as well. I support the new thinking around subnational planning in our NHS to spread this good practice, but having listened to constituents, I have the following observation. When it comes to specialisms like hip and knee replacements, a national service is the way forward. However, when it comes to kidney dialysis, the service should, in my view, be local. I have seen the difference the dialysis service in the Isle of Bute has made there compared to my constituents in Lorne and the Isles who have to travel to Fort William. I hope this distinction is recognised by the Government and acted upon by the Cabinet Secretaries. During the election campaign, I attended many hustings. One of the questions that always came up was ferries. It was clear from the questions that the triangle of CalMac, CMAL and Transport Scotland does not work. I'm pleased that in our manifesto there is a commitment to look at this. One suggestion, the Norwegian operating model, was considered, and I hope that both Mr McKee and Mr Flynn will take this on board, so to speak. I want to finish with mentioning the fantastic third sector. I strongly believe that they will help to provide the answers to many of our questions, as others have said. They understand the people they support, they are willing to find innovative ways of working, and they are trusted by communities, as Don Black mentioned. I attended a fashion show in Oban in March, 4 local third sector organisations coming together to collaborate, not compete, to raise funds for the amazing work they do across the Oban area. It was fun, it was colourful, and it had a clear message. Look what we can do if we are empowered to pool our scarce resources. I would advocate for a memorandum of understanding between statutory bodies and the third sector to enable this collaboration, and I absolutely recognise what David Green was saying about Highland Hospice. In the time I've left, I'm just going to drop some pebbles into the pool and hope that the ripples they create will shift public service reform the right way. Dawn Black was absolutely correct to talk about Marie Goujon and the work that she did in the Good Food Nation, how that really empowers local procurement and also community wealth building. One suggestion I had from Argyll and Bute Council was looking at childminding, and could they perhaps look after children out with their homes. I also think, as others have said, we have to move away from yearly budget allocations, and I also think, as I mentioned in the Chamber yesterday, simpler forms. I think we've also got to listen directly to communities who find solutions to situations. Tyree has a community vet, a solar array, a local carers community interest company, all things that local people are trying to do to change the way that their community operates. Presiding Officer, as you know, I'm trying to bring Gaelic into the Chamber. There is a proverb that I hope the Cabinet Secretary and others will take note of, and also recognise the importance of our public service teams in Scotland. And Rud a Nir Guma, Hir Avul. What is well done will be shown by results. Thank you.
Thank you. The last of the open debate, I call Gary Booth, who is making their first contribution.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and congratulations on your election. Before I continue, I refer the members to my register of interest as a serving councillor at Falkirk. Most of us elected here have the same ambitions to do our best for our constituents who have placed their trust in us to be their representatives. I am deeply honoured to be elected as a member for Falkirk West, the constituency that has been my home for over 3 decades. Having lived and brought up my family in Larbert, I have been served incredibly well by 2 giants of Scottish politics, Dennis Canavan and Michael Matheson. Dennis from 1999 to 2007 and Michael for almost 2 decades. Both were first elected in 1999 and have a legacy of exemplary service to Falkirk West. In government, Michael made a hugely positive impact, including introducing the world-leading domestic abuse legislation, criminalising coercive behaviour, controlling behaviour, establishing self-directed support, renationalising Scotland's railways, banning the display of cigarettes at the point of sale. And of course, Michael was always standing up for the workers of Alexander Dennis. I don't claim that my constituency is the best in Scotland. If you know, you know. And purely off the cuff, Falkirk has got a deep history. It goes from the Romans with the Antonine Wall, comes through into the Jacobite period, then goes on into the Industrial Revolution. And without Cairn Works, the Industrial Revolution does not happen in Scotland. So yes, we also have the odd thing to go and see. One or two of you may have heard of a thing called the Kelpies in Helix Park. In the Falkirk Whale, which is just an amazing place to go. But we also have secrets like Callendar Park. And if you've ever been to Callendar House, it is an absolutely wonderful place, especially for an afternoon tea. Been many times. I'll now move on, and while I plan to chart my own course in this place, it is with grateful thanks that I take up the mantle to be the best MSP that I can, and to honour the legacy of the 2 gentlemen who have gone before me. My commitment to the people of Falkirk West is to act thoughtfully, and carry out my duties with fairness, integrity and respect for everyone. My earliest years were spent growing up in Glasgow tenement slums, where life could be extremely challenging, but for the people who were around you. The deep sense of community I have today is growing up from those people just helping people. And I see that sense of community across my constituency and also throughout Scotland. From Cycling Without Age Scotland, based in Larbert, where I live, bringing freedom and joy to people who have found themselves isolated at home or wherever they are cared for. To Falkirk Scouts, who are building resilient young people and giving them the opportunities and experiences to explore and contribute to a bigger cause. To the work undertaken by Keeping Larbert and Stenhousemuir Beautiful, or KLSB, as they are known locally, and supporting those in the area who are most at need with dignity, breaking down social isolation, organising community events, and nurture and strengthen our communities. Communities empowered to come together for the benefit of everyone. However, transforming our public sector requires partnership. In business, you must ensure that resources are deployed effectively to produce the best results possible, reducing waste, reducing duplication, and most importantly, ensuring that services are fairly and appropriately financed and to guarantee positive outcomes. Key to this is engaging our dedicated public sector workforce and also the service users, fostering an environment where they can take ownership of change. Falkirk Council has many examples of this, and I would welcome the opportunity to discuss further with the Cabinet Secretary and take this chance to invite him to visit Falkirk and see this in action. I would, however, urge the Government to take forward any action that protects jobs, including in Falkirk West, where recent announcements of losses of jobs at Alexander Dennis and Hesca Engineering have added further pressure to an already precarious situation. Scotland, like any other normal independent country, should have the ability to use public funding to support local jobs, protect our vital industries. Where the Scottish Government can act, they have. But I would make a further appeal that the Internal Market Act and the Subsidy Control Act holding Scotland back from being able to meaningfully improve our prospects and industries. In the meantime, while the Scottish and UK governments are engaging on matters that are vital to my constituents and livelihoods, amending this legislation should be the foundation of where we can build. And if the UK government is, as we expect them to be, unwilling to accommodate, they should get out of the way and let us here in Scotland do the right thing, the right way, for the right reasons and for the benefit of our businesses, our families and our communities, because that is what our constituents expect us to do. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
We now move to closing speeches. I can inform the Chamber that we are running behind, so if I could ask those not making a first contribution to stick strictly to their times, it would be very helpful. So I called Andrew Baxter for 4 minutes, to be followed by Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The SNP has too often confused reform with reorganisation and reorganisation with centralisation. Real reform should push power closer to communities, not further away from them. But this afternoon's debate has demonstrated broad agreement that Scotland faces significant challenges in delivering reform to our public services, and in doing so, empower our communities and those using those services. So I was heartened by the thoughtful contributions from SNP members in particular, including those making their first speeches, demonstrating willingness to work cross-party. I wholeheartedly agree with Dawn Black when she says that one-size-fits-all simply doesn't work, and that many of our local authorities are too large. If Dawn Black would like to go to my website and sign my petition saying break up Highland Council, she would be very welcome to do so. And I was particularly struck by Alan Smith's positive speech when he said that we are here to redesign the state. That is a bold task, and one, if the government is willing to take on that task, that will go way beyond this one session of Parliament. So the Cabinet Secretary is going to be sat in that position for a long time to come and beyond the next election. The Liberal Democrats wish to work constructively with the government rather than simply criticising. We had 3 simple positive tests for reform. Does it increase local accountability? How will local councils, communities and individuals influence decisions in their area? Does it improve outcomes? This key test is not whether the structure has changed, but whether the final outcome for our constituents has improved. And thirdly, does it strengthen prevention? The Cabinet Secretary, during his Radio Scotland interview this morning, used the word prevention several times. But I'm still no clearer, even after my intervention earlier, what shape he thinks preventative services will take. A list of recent initiatives is simply not enough. The Cabinet Secretary also cites the creation of Police Scotland as the perfect example of SNP public service reform. Now, I know the Cabinet Secretary yesterday looked on enviously when I offered the Deputy First Minister a road trip to Skye. Well, Mr McKee, there's a spare seat for you. So come with me and I can introduce you to police officers who will privately tell you that they view Police Scotland as the Greater Strathclyde police force, even 10 years after reform. And they will share their experience of his party's flagship public service reform. Following the creation of Police Scotland, officers are still overstretched in rural areas. That huge swathes of the Highlands are covered by just 2 officers on a weekend. They are put in the intolerable position of deciding between responding to acts of vandalism and dangerous parking along Glen Etive or heading to a domestic abuse incident in Fort William. They have to think twice about arresting an offender that would require a 2-hour journey up the A82 to a custody suite in Inverness because the local facility is unmanned or unavailable. For ministers, centralisation can look efficient on a spreadsheet for someone in Portree, Mallaig, Loch Allen or Canusie. It often means decisions are being taken further away by people who know less about the community affected. So in closing, the test of reform is not whether civil servants and ministers here in Edinburgh have reorganised the service. The test is whether people receive better services in their own community. Too often, the SNP's previous reforms have passed the first test and failed the second.
I now call Megan Gallagher to be followed by Laura Moody. 5 minutes, please, Ms.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And if I may begin by congratulating all of the members this afternoon who made their first contributions to this place, including Dawn Black, Alan Smith, Sen Gani and Gary Bowes. All spoke passionately about their communities and their predecessors. But if I can reference Gary Bowes' speech in particular, because his constituency is part of the region that I represent, and he's absolutely right to mention the jobs in Falkirk and the concerns that follow suit in relation to the amount of industries and businesses that have closed in recent times. And I would welcome the opportunity to work cross-party on this because we know how important it is to the people of Falkirk. However, on to the crux of the debate this afternoon. And 2 hours on, the government, in my view, still hasn't properly explained how they plan to reform public services in Scotland. Because if it's not about cuts, what is it? Savings, efficiencies, streamlining. I know these terms well. I know this story because when I was a councillor, and councillors past and present in this chamber will also be reminded that we were instructed to pursue cuts every single year to agree a budget, because after all, balancing the books is a legal requirement. And the Scottish Government, well, they've had no qualms about taking an axe to local government budgets over many years. But while ministers in this chamber have passed the sentence, it was councillors who were left to carry out the difficult decisions, reducing services and managing the consequences to our communities. But that time is finally catching up with the SNP. After nearly 2 decades in government, they have finally been forced to confront the consequences of their own decisions. Marra spoke openly about this during his remarks. The looming £5 billion black hole in Scotland's finances will simply not disappear by itself, especially when this government spends money as if it's going out of fashion. Now, they are now in the same position that they have asked councillors to make year after year, and they only have 2 realistic options: cut spending or raise taxes. Instead, the government appears to have chosen a third route, rebranding the problem as public service reform. As Murdo Fraser rightly pointed out, the new Cabinet Secretary has already insisted that public service reform does not mean cuts. But I hate to break it to the Cabinet Secretary, but public service reform is precisely the kind of language that councils have long been encouraged to use when trying to soften the blow of reductions in services. We've been here before. And 2 decades on, we're still hearing the same promises about joined-up services, prevention, efficiency and transformation. And that's why I asked the Cabinet Secretary earlier on this debate, what is going to be different this time? What is the point of holding a debate when there is nothing concrete before Parliament to scrutinise? And given the SNP's track record when it comes to delivery, why should anyone simply take the government at its word? The Scottish Conservatives have attempted to be constructive this afternoon, putting forward practical proposals that could help deliver meaningful public service reform. We believe it's necessary, it's the right thing to do. But any serious discussion must also address the ever-rising welfare bill. If the government is genuinely committed to reducing demand on public services and creating a more sustainable system, it cannot continue to ignore one of the fastest growing areas of public expenditure. The Scottish Fiscal Commission has made it clear that spending on social security is rising faster than funding provided through the block grant adjustment. By 2026-27, this gap will exceed £1 billion and is expected to grow further. And this is the question the government never seems willing to answer. If the benefit system is costing more every year, why are so many of the underlying problems facing Scotland getting worse? Every pound being absorbed by the spiralling welfare budget is a pound not being spent to tackle the root causes. The result is a vicious cycle. Less investment and opportunity, more economic inactivity, greater reliance on benefits and ever-growing pressures on public service and finances. No one is arguing against supporting those who genuinely need help. But I think when we're looking at compassion, we also need to look at whether the current system is delivering for the outcomes that people deserve. Presiding Officer, in my final couple of seconds, but we have heard a few various different phrases to describe the Cabinet Secretary. We've had Super Ivan, Ivan the Great or Ivan the Terrible. Well, time will tell what version of the Cabinet Secretary will be his legacy whilst in this role. Thank you.
I call Laura Moody to be followed by Max Bannerman. And 6 minutes, please, Ms Moody. Thanks.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As I close this debate for the Scottish Greens, I want to return to the question of what public service reform means for communities on the ground. Because across Scotland, communities are already doing remarkable work. The voluntary and community sector delivers services that are essential to daily life, from social care and community transport to tackling isolation and supporting people through crisis. Around 40% of the sector's income comes from public funding, including over £1 billion from our local authorities and a further £1 billion from the Scottish Government. And that tells us something important, not that they're over-reliant, as perhaps Mr. Murdo Fraser's comments earlier indicated, but that their work is not peripheral. It's central to how public services in Scotland function. In the south of Scotland, we see community wealth building in action through development trusts taking on local assets, creating jobs and keeping wealth circulating locally. We see regional partnerships like the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere bringing together communities, businesses and public bodies to deliver economic development that works with nature and strengthens local resilience. That's prevention in practice, and that's empowerment done well. And Michael Marra in his intervention earlier talked about empowerment, but communities should have power, but they also need support. Otherwise, it's just passing the buck. We also have to be honest about the pressures that brings. Too often, empowerment risks becoming offloading, and that risk is what sits at the heart of this strategy. Because while it talks about prevention and empowerment, it's also driven by a need to deliver savings. And that does raise a real concern that we end up cutting capacity today while promising transformation tomorrow. In many rural communities, residents are now taking on roles that were once delivered by the state, running transport schemes, building homes, keeping services alive. They do it because they care deeply about their communities, but they do it unpaid, often without adequate support and sometimes at real risk to their own health and well-being. And that's not a sustainable model for public services. And it's happening in a wider context where Scotland still has around 62,000 fewer public sector workers than it did in 2008, all while demand continues to rise, particularly due to our ageing population. Communities are being asked to carry more responsibility at the same time as the system around them is under strain. And we have to be clear about what that means for workers too. Reform cannot simply mean a smaller workforce, more automation and more pressure on those who remain. If this is to be a just transition, then workers must be partners in change, not the price of it. And that pressure doesn't fall evenly. As David Green said earlier, centralisation is fantastic, but localism without resources isn't empowerment. It's responsibility without support, again. And we need to match local decision-making with long-term, reliable funding, not short-term competitive pots. Some communities have the capacity, confidence and professional expertise to navigate complex funding systems, but others do not. The evidence from the voluntary sector is that short-term, competitive and bureaucratic funding arrangements create instability, funding delays and growing stress on staff and volunteers, especially in the places that face the greatest disadvantage. And the result of all that is a quiet inequality. Wealthier, better resourced communities manage to retain services. Communities with fewer resources, often facing deeper poverty and poorer health outcomes, lose out. And that's not community empowerment, it's structural unfairness. Community wealth building must therefore be about shifting power and resources, not just expecting communities and the third sector to fill gaps as the state steps back. There's a real danger that we continue to talk about prevention while budgets remain locked in a crisis response. So if we're serious about prevention, and I'm grateful for Andrew Baxter raising that in his very first intervention, we must move beyond short-term thinking. Community organisations repeatedly tell us that one-year funding cycles undermine long-term planning, workforce stability and building on what actually is already working. So we know what helps. Multi-year funding, flexibility, full cost recovery. Early evidence from fair funding approaches shows improved staff retention, stronger planning and greater resilience. And none of this is terribly radical. It's simply aligning funding with the reality of how change happens. Prevention doesn't deliver instant savings. It requires upfront investment and patience. Investing in youth work right now will reduce pressures on the public purse in the future, whether through welfare, health or justice costs. The Christie Commission, as has been mentioned earlier, told us that years ago, and it remains true. Presiding Officer, public service reform should be an opportunity, not code for cuts, as we've heard from Malcolm Offord. An opportunity to build a well-being economy rooted in place, to reduce inequality rather than entrench it, and to genuinely share power with communities. But that will only happen if we're honest about the choices in front of us, because reform can't be a cover for doing more with less, and it can't be austerity repackaged in the language of empowerment. The question for this Parliament is whether we will step up in the way our communities have and back empowerment with investment, whether we'll replace short-termism with certainty, and whether public service reform will be about fairness, not withdrawal. If we get that right, we don't just preserve services, we build a Scotland that is fairer, greener and more resilient for the long term. Thank you.
I call next, making their first contribution, Max Bannerman, to be followed by Joe Fagan. Max Bannerman.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I take this opportunity to record my more formal congratulations to you on your appointment and to the Cabinet Secretary for his appointment to the Public Service Reform Brief. Everyone in this chamber knows that holding public office is, of course, a tremendous privilege, but it is an even higher honour when you've been sent to this place by the people back home. Highlanders are rightly known the world over for their independence of mind and spirit, and I think they made that clear in sending not just one, but 2 Reform MSPs to Holyrood at the recent election. I pledge always to stand up for their interests. And I would like to pay a fulsome tribute to my predecessors. Fergus Ewing embodies that Highland indefatigability. He has been a campaigner on the A9 and the A96 for decades, and he will be sorely missed by his constituents. As a new MSP, I've greatly valued his wise counsel, and I'd also like to pay tribute to my friend Douglas Ross, who will be missed too, possibly not by the government front bench, but certainly by his former constituents in Moray and beyond. And though he stepped down from the front bench at the end of the last Parliament, it often seemed to some of us that he was still the de facto leader of the opposition in this chamber. So I wish him well. And finally, I want to place on the public record my deep gratitude to a great friend, mentor and fierce advocate for the Highlands, former MSP Mary Scanlon, CBE. There are some in this chamber, including the First Minister, who will remember her well. Growing up outside Tain and Easter Ross, Mary was the standard bearer of centre-right politics in the Highlands. And if I do nothing else in this chamber, I hope to follow her example of dedicated service in my 5 years here. And it was Mary Scanlon who I recall imparting to me that in the North we do politics a bit differently to the rest of the country. People in the Highlands have no time for endless hyper-partisan posturing if it gets nothing done. Instead, they expect us to leave the party rosettes at the door and be judged on our individual actions and merits. Of course, I'm not talking here about consensus for the sake of consensus, but in keeping with true Highland tradition, I will work with anyone in this chamber and everyone across the region to address the geographical, demographic and economic challenges that face our unique part of the world. Public service reform is key to addressing those challenges. It may just sound like a phrase from a government strategy document, but in my region, public service reform will be the difference to whether the ferry sails on Monday morning, whether the maternity wards in towns are open, and whether you can see your GP without a 100-mile round trip. So let me be clear, I'm a Reform MSP who is for public service reform. I want it to succeed, but I do not want it to be done on the back of my constituents as yet another excuse to push a centralising agenda. And, Presiding Officer, as much as the inclusion of this portfolio in the Cabinet is welcome, the Government cannot be allowed to reinvent the wheel. The Christie Commission laid all of this out, warts and all, back in 2011. So why are we still holding this debate? Well, it's simple. It's because of a failure to deliver. Let's examine the evidence. Scotland has accumulated countless non-departmental public bodies, directorates and other quangos, layer upon layer of management and duplication that no business in my region would tolerate for a week. Reform should mean chopping middle management, bureaucrats with fewer managers and more nurses, fewer strategies and more services. It should mean measuring by outcomes rather than by inputs, by whether the patient is seen and the child is taught well at the local school. Look at Lifeline ferries. The story of Calmac and Ferguson Marine is, I'm sorry to say, a case study in how public services fail. Years late, hundreds of millions over budget, and Highlanders paying the price in cancelled sailings and lost trade. Now, we all know that ministers can be dragged to this Parliament to answer for these shortcomings ad infinitum, but that just makes no difference to my constituents who want a boat that sails, nothing more, nothing less. And on health, at Dr Gray's in Elgin, where I do declare an interest because the doctors there saved my mother's life, there are expectant mothers who have been sent down the road to Aberdeen or Inverness to have their babies because we could not sustain the service closer to home. NHS Highland, meanwhile, wrestles with serious financial pressures. A reformed health service should be protecting services like these, not quietly centralising them out of existence. So I want to see as a sort of radical reform in this chamber that we haven't seen since the dawn of this Parliament, reconvened in 1999, nothing less than a radical restructure of the state. And can I put it to the Cabinet Secretary that instead of the moniker of Ivan the Terrible, maybe he'd be more comfortable with being known as Ivan the Radical, because public service reform must run in tandem with real devolution and decentralisation. We should push power and money out of this Parliament, out of the quangos, the ministerial departments, into our communities and onto our front line. And we've already seen some of this in action in my region. Look at community wind farms in Lewis, operating without vast subsidy and generating revenue for the local area. This is a community that is taking responsibility and just getting on with it. I will be an unashamed advocate for this sort of thing in Parliament because there are consequences for getting this wrong. Every ward closed, every job cut that is not replaced by one in the private sector will be another reason for a young family to leave the area. Reform must reverse the hollowing out of rural Scotland, not accelerate it. So I'll apply one test to every public service reform that crosses this chamber. Does it make life better for the expectant mum in Thurso, the crofter in Lewis and the parent in Elgin? Where the answer is yes, ministers will find me a constructive colleague. And I've been heartened by some of the comments today, particularly by Mr Smith. But where it is no, I will stand up for my constituents and hold this government to account. Presiding Officer, can I just finish on a personal note where I began? At my old school, Dornoch Academy, our motto is, in the Gaelic, Le'ionricus is Giacle, which translated means with integrity and industry. This is the standard I will set myself, so that every week when I leave this place and go back home, I will be able to look my constituents in the eye, knowing that I have done my very best to advance their interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. And Joe Fagan, 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Presiding Officer. My register of interest will show that I'm a councillor in South Lanarkshire. Can I congratulate all those who made a first speech in the chamber? Can I say that making a first speech in this chamber is not quite as daunting as the prospect of making a second, because the second time around, the Parliament can answer back. So with that in mind, I thought I might start tactfully and indeed tactically with some points of consensus, because I think most of us can agree that a forward-thinking approach to public service reform is about place, breaking down silos to become more community-focused, partnership, the importance of collaboration and prevention, the shift towards early intervention. And I hope we can also agree that the workforce across our public services are an informed, experienced resource, and empowering staff, whether they are frontline or back office, is critical to developing a progressive approach to public service reform. Our amendment is not about diminishing the government motion, but steering a consensus over what happens next. We believe our approach to public service reform can align with our approach to community wealth building, densifying local supply chains, fairer procurement, bringing contracts back in-house where it saves taxpayers money, recirculating local wealth. That can all contribute to fairer, more resilient local economies. It has always been the case, and it always will be the case, that a strong economy is the foundation on which to build good public services, and that is especially true under the current fiscal framework. The Scottish Government recognised the fundamental importance of partnership to the delivery of the public service reform strategy, so we are asking them to help understand the implications for the third sector, to work with trade unions as social partners in delivering fair work, and to observe the European Charter for Local Self-Government already endorsed on a cross-party basis. There is common ground, there has been common ground in this debate with the Government and other parties, with the Cabinet Secretary, who I will simply refer to as Ivan McKee, and I have to say, with the some of those green contributions, I think, on community wealth and fair work, although it did occur to me that Lorna Slater seemed to be falling over herself to find reasons to disagree with us. I thought there was a lot of consensus there, particularly in those previous remarks, and also with the Liberal Democrats on their points about localism. But just as there are points of consensus, there are areas of real tension too. The public service reform strategy is a government strategy. The target to reduce the workforce by 0.5% per year until the end of a decade is a government target. Now, I have every confidence that local government will collaborate on improvement and transformation. Indeed, I think the Scottish Government can learn from local government about improvement and transformation. But let me be clear, a central government strategy should not be used to dictate the size of the local government workforce or justify balancing the books on the backs of Scotland's councils. There is a core tension at the heart of the strategy, and that's the tension between cost reduction and transformational change, because transformational change requires either patient long-term change, and a fiscal reckoning is looming at some point in this Parliament, or it requires upfront investment, and therefore a period of double running costs as we invest in alternatives to reactive spending, as the STUC have warned. And my concern is that where this strategy could fall down is that lack of a plan for transformational investment. Can I just pick up, in the time I have, a couple of points that were made in the debate? I have to say both Joe Long and the Cabinet Secretary were keen to emphasise that this agenda is very much about public service reform and not simply public sector reform. If I might say to the Cabinet Secretary, I felt he was slightly more self-aware in the strategy document, where he did acknowledge what a number of members have said, that we haven't gone fast enough or far enough. And can I say to Lord Offord, he made an interesting point, but I think maybe came to the wrong conclusion, because public spending as a share of the UK economy, it's true, has never been higher, other than at 3 points in our history, which is 2 world wars and the COVID pandemic. So why don't we feel the benefits of that? Well, I don't just think that's about quangos and waste. It can't be. It's because it's back to the issue of prevention. There is too much failure demand in the system because there is too much inequality and there was too much austerity, and we cannot go back. It is testament to the wisdom and foresight of the Christie Commission that the ideas that shape the report are still so powerful today, but it is dispiriting to know that so much of their ambition failed to materialise. Delayed discharge cost the NHS in Scotland £440 million last year, a figure almost identical to the reported funding gap in Scotland's health and social care partnerships. The prison population is at a record high, while local government is often having to squeeze those services that give us safer communities. 10,000 children will go to bed tonight in temporary accommodation, while social housing starts have fallen to a record low. That is the cost of inaction, that is the absurdity of inaction, and that is why rewiring our public services and how we govern is so urgent. Ultimate responsibility for reform rests with the Scottish Government. I urge them to act quickly and decisively. As a society, we no longer have time for delay. Those were the words of Campbell Christie himself in 2011, 15 years ago. This new Parliament has to be different. It is time to act, it is time to change, because people's futures and people's services depend on it.
Thank you. And before I let the Cabinet Secretary in, I'd just like to say to members that if you seek to make an intervention, please remember to also stand up and ask to make an intervention. I notice that buttons are pressed and sometimes the speakers don't actually see who's trying to make an intervention. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I think on reflection, I'm probably very happy with the extent of the contributions we've had this afternoon. As indicated at the outset, I was very keen to hear from members, and I think that's what's happened for the most part. So I'll try and pick my way through the mind map I've got in front of me of all the contributions. I think I want to start with the third sector. Laura Moody made some great points about community organisations doing great work. It's something that all of the Labour speakers spoke to. Michael Marra led off with that in his earlier contribution. From Joe Long, likewise, and Jenny Minto made some great points about third sector organisations, as did other members. And that point about this being about public service reform is absolutely critical, and I absolutely take on board the points that have been made about third sector funding, about stability on that, about reducing complexity, about streamlining, about an interesting idea from I think Jenny Minto about a memorandum of understanding between public bodies and the third sector. The third sector is absolutely key to this work, and us putting them in a place where they're not at the end of the line but at the beginning of the line when it comes to fund allocation is something that I think is the Deputy First Minister and myself go into the budget discussions is something we'll be taking and reflecting on very seriously. Sorry, was there Bob Doris.
Bob Doris.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. I commend the comments of the third sector we've had in the Chamber this afternoon, Cabinet Secretary. Can I draw the Cabinet Secretary's attention to the Social Justice Report on funding of the third and voluntary sector and commend the longer-term funding that is required. If they're strategic partners for public service reform, they're going to have to be funded in the long term strategically and appropriately. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think in principle the idea that we need to have stability of funding and we need to recognise the great work that happens in community organisations, and I see it every week in my own constituency, is absolutely critical, because that is to a large extent where the front line is, and the ability to deliver for local communities through those organisations is absolutely critical and needs to be enhanced. Second issue I wanted to talk about was prevention, something that Andrew Baxter spoke about extensively, and I've got the invite to Skye. I've also got a competing invite to Falkirk, so I'm not quite sure. I'll probably see which one I can, if not both, I can fit in the over the summer period. But the issue in prevention is really important. It's obviously one of the core principles of Christie, and it's very easy to talk about. And in principle, everybody gets the idea. Being able to actually understand and quantify that impact is not as easy as you would first appear. Right? There is extensive work going on in government. Not only did we publish last year the reflections back on 25 years of preventative interventions, not just to list them, and there are many, but more importantly to understand the impact, understand the process it was going through, understand how the numbers stacked up, what the multiplier was, what the time period was over which those preventative interventions made a difference. And that data is really important, and you can rest assured there's extensive work going on within government to develop the understanding, to tag budget lines at various levels of prevention, because it's not just all one preventative bucket. There are many different layers of prevention depending on their impact and the logic model between them and the outcomes. That work is going on, and I'd be very happy to engage further with members that are interested in that to go through the details of that. A number of members talked about the importance of local communities. David Green made and Don Black in her first, what I thought was an excellent contribution in the Chamber. And I think that gets to the core, and I think Jenny Minto identified this point about what should be national, what should be regional, what should be local, how big the local actually is. And there is a tension there. I won't pretend that there isn't. There's a tension between how you drive economies of scale and how you drive local empowerment. And I think we're very keen to work with partners to work our way through that. I think we've got ideas on how that can be taken forward. Absolutely, it doesn't make sense to duplicate many times. It's something that can be done efficiently once for Scotland, and that's something we're obviously focused on. And we've saved hundreds of millions of pounds that we can put to the front line because of what we've done on procurement and elsewhere in that regard. But that obviously has to be led by what communities want, what's important to them, what their priorities are, and the decision making about how resources are allocated. And that is something that we're working through in a mature way. And as I say, we're very happy to engage with others on that. I think Alan Smith had a fabulous contribution. I'm not sure he's so delighted that he got plaudits from the Reform Front bench for it, but the comments on redesigning the state and the fact we've got this huge opportunity in inviting parties across the chamber to be part of that, I think is very, very profound and important. And there's some great examples of working together, and I know that local government in his area is very much focused on that, and some great initiatives coming forward from there, and many other ideas, too many to cover in this contribution. But I think he also had a point that certainly on these benches we absolutely recognise that we do this to make Scotland better, and we do it to make Scotland ready to be a normal independent country, because getting that foundation in place, rewiring the state, is an important stepping stone on that constitutional journey. Some of the contributions, I suppose I'm not surprised, but they were a bit tired and repetitive, and a bit less in their impact, and suffered very much from a lack of innovation. I'll take David Barrett, and then I'll go on to talk about these other contributions.
David Barrett.
Thank you. In moving the Reforms Amendment, Malcolm Offord stated that the Scottish Government should have no remit on net zero and on energy, and suggested cutting public bodies responsible for related areas. And yet, in contrast, Max Bannerman noted the value of community wind power in his region. Reform's plan would see bodies like Local Energy Scotland scrapped, along with their community and renewable energy scheme, cutting support for the often
Hello,
small...
it's not a speech within a speech, it's
cutting support for often small and renewable energy schemes and cutting support for community-owned wind. Would you agree that's not the kind of reform that we need?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, but I think, yes, and it's also important, it draws an important point there. The inconsistency within the reform position is quite apparent. And I think they talked their amendment about we shouldn't be talking about this stuff and then going to talk about it from very different and contradictory positions. And it just draw to Malcolm Offord's attention. The biggest part of the net zero spend is actually financial support for bus fares and train subsidies, and I don't know if that's something, the removal of peak fares and so on, and I don't know if that is a reform policy to get rid of that, and certainly him, I expect, like me, are a benefit of a bus pass, so I would hate to lose that. Frequent user of the bus services as I am. So, moving on, I was going to talk about some of the contributions that, frankly, I've been disappointed in. As I say, not surprisingly. I think Murdo Fraser just banging the same old drum about how you're going to fill the black hole, and every time I answer that, he doesn't listen and comes back with the same point again. And likewise, Megan Gallagher, and I think just symptomises the descent into irrelevance from the Tory benches, just going round in circles on these old canards without any innovation in their approach to how we tackle this very significant issue. I'll take the intervention from Victor Curry. Yeah.
Taking the intervention, Cabinet Secretary, just to ask whether you recall. There we are. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Just to ask whether you recall that Max Bannerman's point on community wind farms was that they did not rely on subsidies and therefore forms no contradiction in reform policy in our opposition to net zero.
Cabinet Secretary.
I think the confusion was more broad. I think Malcolm Offord, I think the Reform Manifesto talks about getting rid of all 130 public bodies, or quangos as they call them, but there's also obviously a recognition from across the Reform benches that those public bodies, be it Police Scotland, be it the court system, be it NHS boards, be it whatever it happens to be that they want to abolish, provide very important public services that the people of Scotland rely on. So the Tories becoming increasingly irrelevant, and Murdo Fraser just listed a whole bunch of things that we're already doing. And for his information, we've already saved more than £50 million on exiting. So there's a bit of shouting going on at the back there.
Mr Kerr, you know to try and intervene rather than attack from a sedentary position. I believe I get time back,
so I'm happy to your point. No, okay, thank you. We've already saved more than £50 million in estates. We've shut 13. I thought it was 12, but it's now 13 Scottish Government buildings. And I don't know, again, Murdo Fraser's not thought this through, because you can only exit a lease at the point the lease expires. You can't just go shutting down leases willy-nilly halfway through, because that incurs more rather than less cost. My final points, Presiding Officer, I think it's really important. Two things I want to say. The first is, I'm going to take this opportunity. I think this is the last speech before the Scotland's men team appear in the World Cup, and I just want to highlight one community organisation I think deserves special attention. That's the Tartan Army Sunshine Appeal, for those who are aware of the great work that they do. Community of interest, if you like, but I think it's worth highlighting that and showing that community and voluntary work right through our country extends as far as what's happening in the US over the weekend. And I think my final point to wrap up is that there's been much consensus and indications of collaboration around the Chamber. I think the real test of that, of course, will come when we bring forward concrete proposals, as everyone's calling out for us to do, and that will happen sooner rather than later, right across the public sector landscape, and indeed support for the third sector. And I would like to think, and we'll refer back to this debate in due course and what people have said when we come to the nitty-gritty of this and taking these proposals forward, that those will be approached in a constructive manner, and we're not going to see oppositionalism just for opportunistic reasons. So on that I'll finish, but I look forward very much to continuing this discussion with the opposition parties and others across the Chamber. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the debate on public service reform, empowering staff, service users and local communities. It's now time to move to the next item of business, which is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion S7M 00346 on committee membership. I ask Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move the motion.
I'll move and speak to the motion, Presiding Officer. Yes. I hate to disappoint Ivan McKee. His is not the last speech before the World Cup, and I disappoint other members doubtless, given that we're looking to get out of here. I will not take too long. Presiding Officer, members will be aware that standing orders require the Parliamentary Bureau, when establishing committees, to normally ensure that the proposed membership reflects the gender balance of the Parliament. Where this is not the case, I am required, or any member of the Bureau is required, when moving the motion in committee memberships, to explain the reasons why this has not been achieved. Alongside the issue of gender balance, and in identifying committee members, parties have to take account of a number of other important factors into account. These include the preferences and interests of individual members, and whether members have other parliamentary commitments that might conflict with their committee duties. In achieving a degree of gender balance, we are also reliant on the overall balance of members elected to Parliament at the start of the session. The overall balance between the proportion of men and women in the Parliament is not the same as the balance in some of the individual parties represented in here. Taking account of all of these factors, there have been significant challenges to achieving gender balance at individual committee level. However, I wish to inform the Chamber that, looking across all 16 committees, memberships are strongly reflective of the gender balance across the Parliament as a whole. The Bureau are therefore satisfied that we can progress on this basis.
Thank you. The question on this motion will be put at decision time, and there are 7 questions to be put as a result of today's business. First question is at Amendment 309.3 in the name of Michael Marra, which seeks to amend Motion 309 in the name of Ivan McKee on public service reform, empowering staff, service users and local government, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed, therefore we move to a vote. There will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. We'll now restart proceedings. The question is Amendment 309.3 in the name of Michael Marra, which seeks to amend Motion 309 in the name of Ivan McKee, be agreed. Members should cast their vote now. Voting is closed. Point of order, Lorna Slater.
My apologies, Presiding Officer. That's left over from when the app wasn't working.
Okay, thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 309.3 in the name of Michael Marra is yes 94, no 15. There were 9 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I remind members that the amendment in the name of Malcolm Offord is agreed to. The amendment in the name of Murdo Fraser will fall. So the next question is Amendment 309.4 in the name of Malcolm Offord, which seeks to amend Motion 309 in the name of Ivan McKee, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote. Members should cast their votes now. Voting is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 309.4 in the name of Malcolm Offord is yes 17, no 92. There were 9 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is amendment 309.2 in the name of Lorna Slater, which seeks to amend motion 309 in the name of Ivan McKee, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. Therefore, we move to a vote. Please cast your votes now. Voting is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 309.2 in the name of Lorna Slater is yes 66, no 27. There were 26 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed to. The next question is amendment 309.5 in the name of Murdo Fraser, which seeks to amend motion 309 in the name of Ivan McKee, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. Therefore, we move to a vote. Members cast their votes now. Voting is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 309.5 in the name of Murdo Fraser is yes 26, no 91. The amendment is therefore not agreed to. The fifth question is that amendment 309.1 in the name of David Green, which seeks to amend motion 309 in the name of Ivan McKee, be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed, therefore we move to a vote. Please vote now. Voting is closed. Point of order, Duncan Dunlop.
Apologies, my vote wasn't recorded. I would have voted yes.
The vote will be recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 309.1 in the name of David Green is yes 36, no 67. There were 16 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed to. The sixth question and final question on this motion is that motion 309 in the name of Ivan McKee as amended on public service reform, empowering staff, service users and local communities be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. Please vote now. Voting is closed. David Green, point of order.
Sorry, President Officer, I couldn't connect to the voting app. I would have abstained.
Thank you. Your vote is recorded. The result of the vote on motion 309 in the name of Ivan McKee as amended is yes 67, no 25. There are 26 abstentions. The motion as amended is therefore agreed. And the final question is that motion number S7M00346 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on committee membership be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are all agreed. That concludes decision time. We'll now move on to members' business and ask members who are leaving the chamber to do so quietly.